and she said, do you have any stories to go along with these? And I said, well, I'll send them to you next week. And then I was really pressed to write some stories.
Yeah, yeah. I'll send it to you next week as a sign of I don't have anything.
Right.
I'm gonna spend the weekend hustling.
It's time for gabbing Doodle.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Gabbing Doodle. It's a special night. It's a Tuesday night. Now, why would we have one on a Tuesday night? That's a good question. Why did I have to ask that? Why didn't you ask? I don't know. It is a special Tuesday night because we are going to have a guest on who we were supposed to have on in October, but somebody got sick. That's this guy. This guy got sick. And that guest was not able to, or not like, the guest was able to. I wasn't able to be with it. I was coughing and a mess. And so we're having a special rain check session, which means Tuesday night. I'm having a guest on tonight, and that guest is the one, the only, I forget what I said. I think it's like Master of Light, which is not this person. That's Thomas Kincaid is the painter of light. But Elly Mackay is going to be joining us. Elly Mackay is someone who does dimensional work and gorgeous. All I can say is like every piece glows. It's ridiculous, the glow in every single one of these. And so Frostfire, the Enchanted Symphony here. Again, it's all this like the ability to create these interesting sort of glowing images. And I always go like, how'd someone do that in Photoshop? This isn't Photoshop. This is I mean, there's some Photoshop, I assume. I'll ask Elly, but it's all dimensional. You can even see on their Instagram all these wonderful things. So this is Zap Clap Boom. But we love Elly's work in this household. And so we're going to have a chance to chat today. Another couple of things of note. Again, I post stuff to YouTube. If anybody wants to watch these after the fact or they have problems watching it on Instagram, YouTube, it's under Studiohoffmann. And then one last thing I'm going to say right up front is over the winter break, I have winter break for about a month, and I have the opportunity and time to potentially take on a couple of mentorships. So if people are interested in doing that, there is a fee that goes along with it, obviously. But I do portfolio reviews. I do either 1, 2, or 4 sessions. But if you have any interest, DM me. Let's put it that way. I'm going to let our special guest in for the night. So let me just put in Ask Us Anything here, and then we will get started. Let me get boop, boop, boop. There we go. Send, and I'm going to pin this comment. There we go. Okay, there's lots of folks tuning in. Let me get our guest in here. And we wait. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Let's see if it works. Elly, if you're watching, I did. Oh, there it goes.
Hey.
There it goes.
Hi, Mark.
Hello. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for one, joining us tonight, but 2, putting up with me getting sick earlier, sort of last minute. I know it was
No problem. I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yeah, well, you know, there's other things that come along and do all this wonder for me. But we've been meaning to have you on for some time, and we had that delay, which made it this tonight even more special, because now we got that like the hunger pains to talk to you and to chat. I say we, meaning my wife who's upstairs watching as well, to chat with you and to sort of converse and figure out more of what's going on in your world and artwork and whatnot. And so tonight is the culmination of all that excitement. So thank you for joining us.
Oh, I'm happy to be here.
So I'm gonna have lots of questions I know technical questions for you.
Okay,
I know
sure.
I'm sure
Yeah.
you get those quite often.
Yeah.
It's just there's only a few people out there that do what you do.
Yeah,
And so like,
there are starting to be a few more people working dimensionally. Like when I started 13 years ago, there weren't
yeah,
really, but
now
yeah,
they're all
over time.
copying you. They're all trying to imitate the
No,
original.
no, no. It's nice to see people working in all sorts of different ways dimensionally. There's really three-dimensional stuff, and I'm seeing like there's felted, there's
Yeah.
all sorts of interesting things. And then of course, the original person that inspired me dimensionally is Barbara Reed. You know her work.
Mhm. I do.
And she was my mom's illustrator for my mom's book when I was a kid. And
Oh,
yeah, so
okay.
she really
We
inspired me to
got some
work
we got
differently.
some history there that we got to talk about. So for those that would who should be ashamed of themselves and they don't know who you are, they're like, I tuned in solely for Mark because he's the best part of this. Um, tell, can you give a quick little synopsis of who you are and what you do?
Okay, let's see. I work dimensionally with paper, so I use Yupo paper, and I ink it. I draw, ink, set things up three-dimensionally in a little miniature theater, and then I light the scene, and then I photograph it, and the photographs are then used as the illustrations for my books. So I've been illustrating for other people, and I sometimes write and illustrate my own books too. I think I'm going on to the book that I just finished. I think it was book 17. So
Mm,
I've been doing this for a while. And yeah, let me see, I've got another 2 books on the go right now. So
really? Okay.
yeah.
You're putting me to shame. Putting me to shame.
Oh, I don't know.
I was
I checked
I'm
out your website. It looks like you've got a lot coming
I'm
out,
on
or has
I'm on
just come out.
16, but
Wow.
I'm still you're ahead of me. You got me beat. Um, the and I'm sure that yours take a significant more work than what I do, just because of the
Some of them
the
some of them are pretty time consuming, and in some ways like some in some ways they probably take more time, and in other ways uh, there's flexibility, right? Because I can play with things and I don't have to redo anything. I can just move things slightly or
yeah,
change the lighting. So
makes sense.
yeah, there are advantages.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to each.
Yeah.
So tonight, I know that you had posted a lovely little image of some bunnies in ballet outfits or something. Is that what we're working on tonight?
Well, maybe. So I realized, so that's from the book I just finished working on. So it's
Oh,
called
okay.
The Bunny Ballet. And so I was just realizing that I never really share sketches. So I have sketches here from that book. And maybe I'll put some bunnies into the scene that I'm
Okay.
working on.
Okay. You don't have to. Don't feel
Yeah,
pressure.
no, I think I will, because
Okay.
it's kind of it's always that balance of making work for yourself and then working on the books too, right? And so
That's
this will be nice to,
to
you know, work the
separate.
bunnies into my own.
Yeah. This is I was thinking, like, since I saw those ballet bunnies in the images that you posted, I was like, I wonder if I should do a dancing piece.
Oh
And I
yeah.
realized, well, I'm gonna do something that's a little bit weirder than that. But the dancing piece, I was thinking, like, I don't even know if I could make a ballet image, because my characters tend to be more like weird and like clunky and
Uh,
funky, and so like the
Lots of
gracefulness would be one.
legs and
Yeah. No, I'm doing it's gonna be weird. A slug looking in the mirror, dreaming
Ooh,
about winning a race later in
nice.
life. Classic stuff. Uh, not cute little bunnies. And I hate slugs, so it's a challenge to draw slugs. So what are we using? Because I know that you do use a variety of different materials, and then the dimensional aspect of photographing is part of the process. Obviously, we're not going to have a finished thing tonight. I can't imagine. But what are we making? Like,
Um,
what are we using?
yes. So I've got UFO paper with me. So it's kind of like plastic, and that's what I like working with the most, because It doesn't really have a grain, so
Okay.
light can go behind it, and you don't get all of the kind of fuzziness.
Gotcha.
And
How do you spell it? Do you know?
yeah, it's YUPO.
Yupo. Okay.
Yeah, but not a lot of people love it because it's a little finicky. It doesn't always take the ink the way that you're expecting it to kind of hold.
That's what I was wondering, because of the plasticky nature of it.
And so you have to be really careful not to touch it. Yeah, it's unforgiving in some ways.
Yeah.
But I do like it. I like the smoothness. I like how, like if I add salt, how everything sort of stays on the surface. Like for the same reasons that it's kind of tricky to work with, it's also kind of neat because things stay on the surface.
It's similar to the what's that? The stone paper, where it stone paper has a finish to it that feels a little bit, not necessarily that it's plasticky,
I don't know.
but it's got a
stone paper.
No, it's a paper that's meant for like watercolor and other things, and it comes in sketchbooks and all sorts of odds and ends, but it's really smooth. Yeah. But I don't think it has a grain either.
Oh, I'll have to.
But I do think that
look it up.
It has a different texture to it, and that's where I was like, I wonder if it's in that same sort of range of some sort. But
yeah, maybe it's kind of like a mylar. Yeah.
I mean, I could see, even when you held it up, I could see the little bit of sheen.
Yeah,
the little
right.
semi-gloss that's on there.
Yeah.
And then inks. What do you use for inks?
Let's see. So just your kind of FW inks, and let me see. I also like to use these pencil crayons. What are they? The Dewart pencil crayons.
Dewart? Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
So I'll use those. And I also, let me see. So I've got a small space I'm working on here.
I didn't mean to make you deconstruct your studio.
The watercolors, just those Japanese ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I'll use those two.
Have you ever used Dr. P.H. Martin's watercolors? When you held up the bottle, I was like, oh, that reminds me of all those saturated colors that you can get through those.
Yeah.
But those are watercolor, those aren't ink.
Well, I've had those for ink before.
Oh, really? They make it
too?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yep. I've tried just about every kind of ink you can get. And I'm just using the FWs because I can get them cheap.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Yeah. So my wife's saying, brands. Lauren, the pencils were Dewart, is that right?
Yep, Dewart.
And then
that's what I like.
The inks were.
They work really well.
FWs.
Sorry.
She's asking about the inks and the watercolor, just the brands, but the inks were FW, and then the watercolors were.
So I use FW inks.
FW
and
inks.
I don't know what the brand is for these.
Just a brand. Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's a brand that you can't read. Okay, gotcha. We'll say watercolor. She documents that for folks that want to know sort of what materials people are using.
Sure. And then I also like the Micron brown.
Oh, brown. Okay, nice.
Yeah. And these you can get for like $2 at Staples. These little black marker pens.
Rollerball or something of the sort?
What are they? They're a Pentel. Yeah. They're a Pentel, just very tiny line.
Gotcha. The the Micron it's I like the brown. Like most people just get black because that's what's available, but they have all sorts of colors.
Yeah, the brown is really nice. Because I like doing a brown outline on most of my drawings instead of black. And then only just using black for like the eyes or just the strongest details.
Special occasions. Yeah. And then
I just started using these too. I don't know, what is it? They're like handmade watercolors. You can get them we've got a nice little art supply store in Owen Sound. What is it called? That's escaping me right now.
Wait,
But
where,
they opened recently.
where are you
What's
located?
that?
Where are you
I'm in Owen
located?
Sound.
In I don't know
It's
where.
Ontario.
Ontario. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm pretty sure you're in Canada, but
Yeah.
you said like
And where are you?
I'm in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire.
Just
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So we're close. We're getting snow periodically now. But it's one of those ones I've said on here before that the teaching of Canadian geography in the States not
Well,
that great. Right? So when you say Ontario, I know the general like vicinity, but like I know Ottawa's in there somewhere. That's about
yeah,
all I
Ottawa's about 8 hours
got.
from
Okay.
here. Yeah.
Okay. East, west, south, north.
We're about 3 hours north of Toronto. So,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. So is it freezing cold right now?
Yeah, we've got quite a bit of snow. So we had 5 snow days in the last 7 school days.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof, that's a lot of okay. I grew up in Minnesota and I was used to snow, but that's a lot of snow days
It's a
in a
lot of
row.
snow days.
That's
Yeah.
so why don't we switch to our downshoots and we can just start working and talking. And again, a couple of notes I should mention too. I forgot right off the top. If for any reason you need to leave, if it gets too long, whatever, don't hesitate. Just let me know and we can sort of do a little send off. And then the other thing is my internet for some reason is going through, I feel like it goes through these waves of like good days and bad days.
Yeah.
And it's been going through some bad days recently. So hopefully we're on the good side of it and it's fine.
Right.
But if for something happens, I'll let you know. If for some reason it drops, I will hop back on as soon as I can.
Sounds good.
And get us back
Here
up and running.
too.
But yeah,
So, yeah.
it's one of the I'm applying for sabbatical this fall, and one of the things is to get some money so I can upgrade things like try to get the internet more reliable,
Yeah.
but we'll see.
All right.
Fundraising for it. So okay, yeah, switch our cameras and then we can get going.
Okay, let's see. How do I do this here?
So I do have a feed here so I can watch sort of your setup and make sure that it's oriented correctly and things of the sort. So
okay, sorry, I'm just gonna put this in here.
Yeah, I'm just watching to see.
Is that enough?
Yeah, it's sort of at an angle, but it's fine, I think. As long as people can see your hands in the shot and you working, I think we're probably pretty good. I actually kind of like the angle, honestly.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's as long
leave it like
as
that.
people can see and it's not like upside down, then I think we're good. So tell me, because obviously we talked at the beginning. I'm gonna throw out a bunch of questions. If any of it is boring or challenging, just holler. But tell me a little bit about the idea of the way that you make and how you came to that in particular, because I understand there's pros and cons, but it's not a thing that is taught on the regular. It's not something that a lot of people like lean towards, and so there has to be some cognitive decision to say, I'm going to go in this realm that isn't your standard paint on board or digital.
Right. Yeah. Well, I started making a lot of three-dimensional stuff when I was a kid. So my mom, she wrote how to make pop-ups, so we were always making pop-ups at the house, all sorts of three-dimensional stuff. And I really loved doing that, and I started making dioramas. And when I was about 15, my mom took me on a trip through the US, and I met all sorts of paper artists through that. And yeah, they were just really inspiring. They were part of the Movable Book Society, and I wondered if maybe I could actually make a living making dioramas or 3D things. And I wouldn't believe that I'd actually be able to do that, but I guess you just keep plugging away. I started making dioramas and selling them at a little gallery. What was it called? First Hand in Toronto. And that was when I was like maybe 16, 17. And then I went to the Nova Scotia College of Art and Design. And I took photography there and printmaking and illustration. and they all kind of lend themselves to doing this sort of thing too.
Yeah, crossover.
Yeah.
Or like the interdisciplinary is
Yep.
that like you would
Interdisciplinary.
almost probably fall into that, or intermedia that
Yeah,
a
I
lot
think
of
that's
schools have
actually
now.
what my degree
But
was. It was an interdisciplinary degree.
there you go. There
Yeah.
you go. It's a classic. And I imagine growing up, did you have like obviously if your mother was making books like that and whatnot, there was a lot of creativity rolling through the house.
Yeah. So my dad was also he's an artist as well. So he's a potter, and so there was lots of 3D stuff being made that way as well. And my grandmother was also an artist. Actually, I'm going to grab one of her little worlds. It's probably dusty, but I'll show you. So this is a little world that she made. And then my dad makes all these interesting pinhole cameras and things that it's like I guess I'm fascinated with just miniatures and tiny things and how things looking into another world.
It all makes so much sense now, like without knowing that history or background. Looking at, I'm like, okay, I can make the connections. I can see the lineage that pulls through. Now I must ask you, and this is a challenging question, I think, for some folks, but not so challenging for me to ask. Was there pressure or obviously, if you come from a artistic lineage, the idea of you going into the arts is probably not like, oh, how dare you? You're never gonna make it, because they've been in that industry and they've been able to make a career of it. But was there pressure that came along with that, in the sense of like having to live up to the legacy?
No.
Okay.
No, but I think there was just a lot of encouragement. My mom, along with taking me on that trip when I was 15, I was interested in going to NASCAD, so we went out there and took a trip around, checked out the school when I was a teenager, and I really liked it. So it seemed like an easy decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't have to fight at home like so many art kids do, where it's parents going like, "You're never gonna get a job. You need to go to become a lawyer." And art's my passion, mom and dad.
No, but it is interesting having artistic kids, because then you kind of, you do know the reality, right?
Yeah.
Of trying to make a go of it. And I'm sure that my parents must have been a little bit concerned.
Yeah.
My mom encouraged me to get my teaching degree. So
Okay.
I have my teaching degree as well. And, I don't use it. Like, I don't supply teach right now, but I really do love working with kids. So.
Well, I could see it, especially if you're doing school visits or you're doing any sort of event, that comes in handy, just because I imagine it's similar to like in the state that I teach in, they have to get licensure that requires them to take psychology courses and lots of the equivalent of like art therapy and things of that sort. And those are skills that come in very, very handy in any given situation, probably with a kid.
Yeah, I just think it was probably a good idea just to have that as a backup. And I don't know, it's just another fun avenue too. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world if I started teaching more and find that balance. So yeah.
So obviously, hearing those, it's almost like a puzzle that came together. You had all these pieces that potentially look like they don't fit: photo, printmaking, illustration, paper, paper arts, or paper construction, etc. And then all of a sudden they come together, and they do, like, you can see every single one of those in your craft. But did you know right away that Kidlit was a direction you wanted to aim towards, or were you looking at other avenues?
Oh yeah, no, I was interested right in university of going into Kidlit. I think, my professor in university was great in that he offered me kind of his work that was overflow.
Oh,
So
that's cool.
yeah, so it was kind of nice. So if he had like, oh, I need to do this activity book for kids, but I don't really have the time, he gave me that to do, and then there was a small children's book that I did in university as well. It was about ferns and
Okay, wait a
like
second.
an
Was his name
educational one.
attached to it, or was your name attached to it?
My name,
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
no, yeah,
okay.
yeah. He was just like, if he just couldn't, like he had stuff come to him,
Yeah,
he'd just pass it on, which was so nice.
gotcha,
So
gotcha.
yeah, so that was great. It was a nice way to make some money in university, and
And also give you like apprenticeship or like real world
yeah,
experience.
yeah, absolutely.
Did he help you through the process, like walk you through it, or was it sort of like, here's this extra thing I can't do, good luck?
Yeah, just good luck.
Was it really?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he told me the deadlines. He'd look over the sketches, but it was pretty much on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fine.
Learn on the job kind of situation. Did you now with the kids book that you did then, is that something that you, I mean, obviously that must have been a learning experience there just because of the complexity and the length of a project like that. But looking back on it now, do you think that it was, how do I want to say this? Do you feel like you learned a lot on the job with that one, or was there previous skills that you had already like learned in classes and things of the sort that it wasn't as a dramatic of a shift or a learning curve for you?
Oh gosh, it was so long
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't even remember. Like I was actually doing it while I was in New Zealand. So my husband, he was my boyfriend at the time, but the two of us went to New Zealand for a semester, and so while I was there, I was working on that, and yeah, I just remember being so cold. Like they didn't have didn't have heaters in the apartments, and so I remember I just remember bundling up and working away and on at a little table trying to get this little book done.
Was
It's
this
funny, I don't remember much beyond that.
pre-internet, or I
No,
should
it was
pre-internet, but like pre
like I still had to
yeah.
send everything, I
Okay.
think. Yeah.
Which
Did I? I'm not sure. Like I can't, things were just starting so that you could send through,
yeah,
but
digital.
like uploading to the FTP kind of thing, and yeah.
I forgot about
Yeah.
FTPs.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Wow, that rang a bell for me there for a second. The reason why I asked that was about the internet was purely just because you're in New Zealand and the cost and time frame to ship those
Yeah.
would have been.
Well, I must have, it's funny. Maybe I sent them. It was so long ago.
Blocked it
Yeah.
out. It was so tragic that you couldn't. I mean it's funny too. You mentioned New Zealand being like cold, and in my mind, New Zealand has always been a warm location. But
Oh,
I
it
know
is for the most part, but because it's often, so balmy and nice, they don't heat places the way that we do. And yeah, our apartment wasn't a great apartment to begin with, so it was cold.
It wouldn't maintain the warmth if you had it at that point. When I went to, now I don't know if this rings true for you up there, but when I went to school in Minnesota, they would not turn on the heat in some of the buildings, and the assumption was that the students would bring body heat and keep it warm enough. And so it was always kind of cold at all times. Now, of course, everybody's wearing winter hats and everything all day long because of it, but it always seems sort of silly to me being in that sort of northern climate. So you start out in Kidlit at that point, but do you feel like that was like one of the things that someone asked me at one point, and this is maybe hinting at the question, but someone asked me, like, when did you start first doing illustration? And there's a difference between when I first started it and when I first said it was illustration, or I accepted it as professional illustration.
Oh, I see.
And I'm wondering,
like
was that
when you started your career?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
stuff, like in high school I did some stuff that was paid, but
Right.
like nothing I would ever show anybody.
Yeah. Well, after university, we spent a year in London, Ontario, and I made art, but it was, oh gosh, we were so poor that year because my husband, we both went through art school, and then we were trying to make a living from it.
Yeah.
And your first year out, and I mean, we had dinner at my in-laws' place all the time. We just bike around to get around places, and we really needed to go on to do it the next step. So I went to teachers college, and he went and took carpentry courses, and I stopped doing my art for a little bit. I got out of teachers college and I started working at the Kitchener-Waterloo Art Gallery as the educator there. And it was really fun, but I still wasn't making much art. And then we had our baby, and everything changed, as happens when you have a kid.
Yeah, you don't say.
And yeah, and so we really wanted some help too. So my parents said, well, why don't you live up here? So we moved up to Owen Sound, quit our jobs, moved up to Owen Sound. And I thought, well, maybe I'll try to make it as an illustrator. And so I put together a portfolio with a little baby and started putting stuff on Etsy. And yeah, that turned out really well. I had an agent find my stuff through Etsy, and she said, do you have any stories to go along with these? And I said, well, I'll send them to you next week. And then I was really pressed to write some stories.
Yeah, that's it. I'll send it to you next week as a sign of I don't have anything.
Right.
I'm going to spend the weekend hustling. I can't believe that your agent found you on Etsy.
Yeah.
That's wild. Like, I've heard of other like sites online, but that's like not necessarily a retail space, but a space that is not the traditional like portfolio site.
Yeah, I guess so. But if people are buying your prints,
yeah,
then it's a good sign, right?
No, it makes sense. I never would have expected it.
Yeah, it was great. And so I was with her for a while, and then she started her own publishing, her own agency, and I went with a different agent, and now I'm with Emily Van Beek.
Yep.
And she's awesome.
That's it.
I'm just
Folio Junior.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I was gonna say I have to research who everybody's agents are before they come on here so I can tag them. And I've tagged Emily multiple times now because of me being sick. I feel bad because they like probably see this thing like, who keeps tagging me over and over again. But that's an interesting and wild ride of getting an agent. That's up there with some of the weirder ones that I've heard, just because it makes sense, but like when someone goes, how do I get an agent, the first thought I want to say is like, go post on Etsy.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. And I don't know the advice. Like, what advice do you give people?
That's the challenge. Is I don't think there is any like. For every story that makes sense of someone getting an agent, there's another story that's counter to it, and so I don't think there is a steadfast rule. I don't think there's it's the same thing as how do you make it as an artist. There's not a checklist that you can go through and just mark the boxes and say I did it. And so I think it's a matter of like you got to set yourself up for instances, but
for those opportunities.
Like to have a good portfolio and to be personable and to to be social and go out to events and things like that. But I don't think there's an amazing, like, all you gotta do is attend this one thing and you're good. Um, do you?
Yeah, it's so funny though that you say that, because I would love to be out and actually visiting with people, but being 3 hours north of Toronto, that's one thing that I really miss out on, is getting to see people in person and attend those events and things.
Yeah, I am not the most social when it comes to events like that. I like with my teaching, there's certain limitations about when I can get away and whatnot. But like, I wanted to go to Icon this last summer, and then like SCBWI is coming up in New York, and there's a temptation to go, but I'm also going down to the Society of Illustrators for an event, and like that's rare for me to even go. I don't want to go to New York. I'm afraid of New York.
I
And so like,
went to the Society of Illustrators a couple of years ago for one of their events too, and it was really fun to get down to New York and got to meet the other folio junior artists. And
oh yeah, everybody in town.
It was really awesome.
Is Folio Junior out of New York? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. That helps the situation.
Yeah.
I think I've only been to the society once, and it was when I was in college. And all I remember about it is it's very, very small.
It's smaller than I thought. Yeah.
It's got this prestige, and you think like, oh, I'm going to walk into this mansion and a sprawling thing. No, it's like a tiny little gallery with a couple of floors,
and then so many people.
Yeah.
Jam packed in.
And then also like amazing famous illustrators work up on the walls, not just in the galleries, but just like sitting there in the walls. I'm just reading through a question here. There's a couple of questions that have popped up here that I need to make sure I get back to you. But one of the question here, and this is, I think, sort of a loaded question as well. Becker Bakes and Cakes says, Elly, you said that you put together your portfolio while you had a baby, and I was just curious if you found it hard to do that mentally while being a new mom. And I think we could even expand that of thinking about just like the pressure of being an artist and having multiple responsibilities, whether it be a new mom or whether it be you got to also fix the heater in the basement, and you also need to, how do you manage your time?
Yeah.
Is
well, yeah, it was hard. It was really difficult. But at the same time, I think that, I don't know if it's just women or if it's fathers too, but you get all this kind of burst of creative energy when you have a kid. I don't know. I've talked to so many women that have told me the same thing, that they just had all sorts of creative energy after having their kid, and they also wanted to still carve out a little bit of their own identity, and not just kind of like, so much of parenting in those early days is just the doing. And so while you're just doing, you can be dreaming. And so I was spending a lot of my time while I was doing laundry and all of those things, kind of thinking about what I wanted to make next.
Is that still your like go-to think time?
Yeah.
Is doing those like chores?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and I also really like first thing in the morning, like before everyone's awake, just lying in bed and just thinking through things then. I think there's kind of sometimes a lot of creativity comes to you in that kind of half asleep stage of the day.
Wait, are you one of those folks that has like a notebook on your nightstand? So you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I use my phone for the same thing. It's my late night. You can tell I'm like thinking something because all of a sudden there's like bright light in the room that's supposed to be dark. But that there is this moment of, it always happens at inconvenient times for me, and it's when I should be sleeping.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
when I should be doing something else that comes to me. I was gonna say the idea of just like when you start out in kidlit, whether it be having a kid or having something, a life experience that allows you to reassess. I think it's where a lot of people sort of come to kidlit. Of like I deal with students on a regular basis who get out and they go, oh, I'm gonna go become this like visual developer for video games, and then 2 years later they come to me and go, hey, I really want to get into kidlit. And it's always some like I really like figured out who I am, and I moved and I rethought what my career would be, and this is what makes sense to me now, kind of thing. And I know for me, like having my kid definitely got me in front of kidlit more.
Yeah.
It just naturally, it's like,
you're reading every night.
Yeah.
And yeah, my kids, they loved stories that like all kids do. So yeah, we were reading 3 books a night, and you just see all of these beautiful books. And yeah, I wanted to create. I wanted to tell my own stories. So
were you a storyteller from a young age?
Yeah, I did write a lot of stories as a kid. Yeah, that's
Okay.
I guess I did.
Follow-up question: were they good stories?
I don't know. They were kid
Good
stories.
Okay. That's it. Well, I would just think back to the presentation that I saw at one point. Jarrett Krasaska, who was a roommate of mine back in the day, did a presentation. Do you know Jarrett's work?
Yeah.
Yeah. He did a presentation at one point that I went and watched, and there was a whole thing about like, I've been creating kids books since I was little, before I knew they could even get them published and whatnot. And then I finally got my parents handed me I'm gonna guess when I was about 30, somewhere in there, handed me a little Tupperware that had all these like things from my childhood in it.
Oh,
that
cool.
I don't know if they intended to save them or it was just they literally just had stuff in the house they found and they wanted to get rid of it. But in it was some stories that I wrote when I was like in high school trying to write kidlit.
Cool. That's really neat.
Yeah, not anything good. It's not anything I would ever show beyond like a school visit to say, hey, look, I did something. I'm not putting it up there on the internet. Let's put it that way. But I know that I had an interest in story early on, but I just didn't know how to apply it. Did your parents sort of foster that in you? Like were they
the
storytellers? Yeah.
Oh, I think they naturally are. Like my dad can really capture everyone's attention with a story at the dinner table. Like he's just a natural storyteller. And my grandma was too. Actually, she was an artist as well, and her art is really they tell stories in a similar way, where I think like often I come up with stories by creating an image first, and I'm not really sure what I'm doing until after it's been created, and then I can start seeing the whole story within it. And I think she was very similar. I'm going to show you. Let's take this off here.
Are we going on a tour?
Yeah, I'm going to show you my grandma's paintings. Okay, so here's one of my grandma's paintings. And you can see like all of the little characters and things that she painted. And I used to paint with her. I would go to her house and she'd host all of these ladies from her neighborhood at her house, and she'd give them painting lessons. And so I loved going there, and she'd kind of tell little stories about what was happening.
I love
you see a little bit of my studio here.
I love the colors.
And then here's this other awesome frog painting that she did.
What was she painting with?
They're all oils.
That's okay. That's even crazy. I'm fairly adept at most mediums, but oils I am horrible at.
Oh, I know, it's a real challenge, right?
Everything gets muddy for me, and so like seeing the saturated color, I'm like, part of it is knowing where you're going to apply the color,
Oh,
not mixing it on the surface, which is my go-to. But those are lovely. Is that something that you sort of hunted down and put in the house, or is that something that was sort of gifted to you?
oh yeah, my parents gave me both of these, and then my mom does these beautiful drawings too. So I've got one of her works on the wall. It must be one of us, either my brother or maybe me, in the back of her little backpack there.
Yeah. Oh.
And yeah, she does really lovely drawings. I've got some of her cards here. She did these, I think she calls them the pea people. I'll show you.
Calls them the what?
I think they were called pea people.
Okay.
There were these little people that lived in plants. So, and she would write little things that go with them. So, like this one says, if a thimble of milk is left on the ground, the wee man will drink it when no one's around. So,
Oh,
yeah, really cute, right? Yeah.
these are.
They're-
I'm jealous. I mean, my parents are okay and stuff, but I'm jealous uh, that you had such like creative, interesting, like a world around you where people did these amazing things. Did you at the time when they were doing this know how special it was? I mean, I'm assuming you think it's special that this.
Yeah, I think I was really lucky to have all these creative people. Like my grandma's art was all over our house. My parents, it was like a really unusual upbringing because it was in an old church. So it was this one big room that we were in, for the most part. I mean, there were like little side rooms. Like I had my own bedroom, and my parents were up on the loft for their bedroom. But the main room was just this big open room, and I could work on my projects, and my mom would be working on her projects, and Dad was down in the basement doing his pottery. And my brother wasn't so much into making art, but he was like the big reader in the house, and he went into a different kind of writing. So he's a technical writer.
Yeah, like a copy editor, technical.
Well, now he works for the TTC, so the Toronto Transit Commission, but as a writer for them. Actually, I don't know if maybe he's moved more into a management role,
Yeah.
but he definitely
There's
he's
still
a bit of a writer too. He's very good with words.
yeah, there's still
Really.
a skill and an art to, even if it's like when I'm teaching, there's these students all the time who like it's they have a vision for who they want to be when they grow up, and very rarely do they want to deviate from that. But then you're provided with these opportunities that don't sound always like it's, you know, top tier jobs, but at the same time, like you can turn anything into a creative industry or into a creative field if
Yeah.
if you think the right way. So like even though copy editing or technical writing might not sound like it's like the most creative industry, sometimes it can be if you're like a good instruction manual.
Oh yeah.
There is an art to
Yeah.
making that work.
It's really difficult to write instructions, actually. Like my mom actually, like a lot, I just showed you all of her whimsical stuff, but um it a lot of what she did was technical writing. So
Yeah.
she wrote books on how to make pop-ups. So it's all technical writing. So, you know, he just went down a different path too of also doing technical writing is, you know.
Writing about pop-up books has got to be to me that sounds like nightmare fuel, just because it's so hard to explain.
It's really, really difficult. I put
Yeah.
a pop-up, I made a pop-up and then put it on my website for this last book that I did, the Frostfire book.
Yeah.
And I realized that I made it way too complicated. I like totally over-designed the thing. Here, I'll show you. It's really ridiculous. But then I realized that I could do something simple for kids. So This is the ridiculous one that I designed that is just way overly complicated. So there's the snow dragon, and it all folds up.
Yeah.
And then I put the instructions on my website, and I'm like, oh, this is just so silly. Like, I don't imagine too many kids will be able to do it.
That's a complicated one.
Yeah,
because there's a rotation in it too. Like, it's not just an angle pop up. Yeah,
it's really complicated. Now, then I came up with this really simple one, and I'm going to put it on my website soon. But it's so easy. So I did it on the weekend with kids at a book, the Curiosity House books. So it was good to have a simple one.
Yeah. make your life easier. I've done a couple of those like things posted on my website of like, here's how you draw the characters,
right.
And it is
yeah.
Even though it's just drawing, it's not even a dimensional thing like you're talking about. Trying to figure out the steps.
Yes.
And like how do you break down something that comes naturally to us,
yeah,
but to a little kid into steps that they can understand, or they don't feel overwhelmed or like insufficient.
Yeah.
If they lose track of what they're supposed to be doing. And is there with making stuff like that, is that stuff that the publisher asked for, or is that something that you just do?
No, I just do it because I enjoy it. I just do it because it's fun. Okay. Yeah. I usually put an activity to go with each book on my website. Just I like doing activities with kids, and I just try coming up with something that they can do themselves, and then I come up with something usually a little bit different for when I go and do a workshop with them. So sometimes I find that the librarians might do the activity that's on my website as a like lead up, or sometimes before I go in to do a school visit, they'll have already done, the pop-up or whatever it is.
Do you
do
a lot of school visits?
I used to do so many, but I have done fewer and fewer, mostly because of the pandemic sort of slowed everything down.
Yeah.
But then I'm really not a great city driver. And that is the thing that's really getting in my way. But they've just reopened the buses to Owen Sound, so maybe I'll start doing them again.
Well, I was also going to ask, what are when you do the school visits, is it primarily in your area, or are you doing school visits? Are you being flown? Are you one of those folks that gets flown to do school visits?
Well, I did get to go to Sofia, Bulgaria, to do a week of visits. That was pretty neat.
Huh?
Yeah, that was really cool.
Was it for an event, or was it just straight up a school visit?
Yeah, it was a school. It was a week-long visit at an international school.
Oh, that's cool.
It was so neat. So I worked with the younger kids, and so the juniors and primaries together, and then the intermediates, and we did these huge dioramas for the library. So with the primary students, I think it was they were really excited about spring coming back and all of these cranes that were coming, and so I did a big crane for the middle, and then they did all these little songbirds. It was so beautiful. It was really neat.
You're making me very jealous here tonight. You said you spent time in New Zealand, and then then you went to Bulgaria.
Yeah, I really did love Bulgaria. I thought it was a really cool place. It's such a neat place because it's as beautiful as any other like European city, but then without all the tourists, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing. Sofia is a beautiful, beautiful city.
It's like one of the like coolest locations I went to in Europe when I was younger. We went to like Italy and Austria and stuff, but my brother spent time in Hungary
Oh,
for
yeah.
for his undergraduate degree, and I liked that probably more than all the other locations because he knew all the little like ins and outs
Yeah.
at that point, and so it felt like you were like part of the city and not just a tourist at that point. And I bet you like after a week in Bulgaria, you're starting to go like, okay, I'm getting this. I'm not a tourist at this point. I'm something else.
Yeah, well,
But
I felt very safe there. Like I felt like it was a really easy place to get around. The trains are all color coded, so that was kind of nice. Yeah,
do
it
you
was pretty cool.
do you know how they found you and your work?
So the librarian, she's from the States, um, and I think she had just seen my work when she was in the States. Um, and she had the budget to bring someone over and just got in touch and said, I hear that you do workshops. Would you like to come? So
That's cool.
yeah, it
I
was
want to
pretty
go.
neat.
Who's this librarian?
Yeah, well, she's in a different country now. She just travels around to these international schools. She spends like 4 years at each one. Pretty neat, eh?
I want that job.
Yeah, it sounds good.
I feel like a librarian job, like I don't even know how much a librarian job pays. My guess is not a ton. Uh, but and I'm going to say that with the acknowledgement that they should be paid a ton. Um, but it's a pretty cool like
Yeah,
job.
an amazing job.
Yeah, and I it's not a job when I was like a little kid. I would be like, yeah, I want to be a librarian. But just the idea of books are pretty awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, my sister-in-law, Christine Sue, is a librarian, and she does really neat things. So she puts on workshops as well. So she does makerspace workshops, and I always think her job sounds really neat.
Yeah, the library that we have here in town is really lovely, and the amount of resources that are at libraries that I think your average person doesn't take advantage of is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, free tickets to theme parks. There's
Really?
amusement parks. There's all sorts of weird stuff that like people just don't know your library has. And so like it's once you get in with a good librarian, do you know your librarian there in town?
Yeah, we've got great librarians here.
Are you on a first name basis?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. That's when you walk in and they like, hey, and they start to pull out the list of books that you have on waiting for you, and you haven't even said that you're there to pick them up. That's when you know.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got a beautiful library. It's it's a place that I like to go and work too. Just sit. There's this beautiful Kanujwak Ashevek. Do you know her printmaking and drawings?
No,
She's
I don't.
she's an Inuit artist, and my parents had a couple of her works when I was a kid, and she's my absolute favorite artist. And they have one of her works at the library, and I always try to sit at that table. I always feel like I'm somehow going to get not just inspired, but like a little bit of her grace or something.
Yeah. It's gonna rain down on you of some sort, and
right.
and envelop your work in some fun way.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the other thing how often do you get books out from the library? And I ask this because my wife gets out way too many books from the library, to the point where there's probably about 40 books from the library sitting upstairs.
Yeah.
All kid lit.
Right.
All kid, not an adult book in the house. Do you go and like constantly look at stuff, or are you going for writing purposes?
Lately I'll just go up and take a look and see what the newest books are and bring them down to my table and have a look.
Yeah.
But yeah, when the kids were little, I was taking big boxes out. Yeah.
That's we have cards to like multiple library networks.
Oh.
That I have one for like where I teach that has, it's connected to like 6 other schools that have books, and then we have the one in town that there's 6 other towns that are connected, and so you can pretty much get any book you want.
Nice.
from anywhere, but you might have to wait a little bit. But the amount of books that roll through this house, um, what's what's your collection look like?
Oh, I've been trying to make it a little bit smaller because I've just got these piles everywhere. But yeah, got a I've got a pretty good picture book collection. I've got two big shelves downstairs full of them, and I'm trying not to collect so many. I have taken a whole bunch of them to my son's school because they every school needs them,
Yeah,
right? So yeah,
but are they books that you like? Cause
books.
this is a challenging question for me because I'm still our book library here is growing exponentially
Yeah.
at this point. Like we went to a Aaron Becker just did an event at our favorite bookstore in town. Well, not in town. It's a totally different town. I shouldn't. it's a drive away, but he did an event, and we went there, and we came home with I think 4 or 5 picture
Oh
books.
wow.
Um, and that's not uncommon. Now I
Yeah.
did have gift certificates, so I wasn't crazy and buying them outright, but that's pretty common for us. Like if there's an event we go to, we walk out with a lot of books. But then I hear these people, yourself included, who go, "I'm trying to get rid of some," and I don't understand that.
Really?
Like, well, I understand the idea of like wanting to get space and whatnot, but like, I don't think of myself as a hoarder. But I don't know how I could choose which books to get rid of.
Yeah.
And so
Uh,
are the ones you're getting rid of ones that like you've read them enough and you don't need them anymore? Are they ones that just like didn't connect with in a certain way?
The most precious ones I give to my friend's baby because I really want her to have the same experiences
Gotcha.
reading them. So all the really precious ones that I feel like my kids are okay with parting with.
Yeah.
My kids have made like a big pile that we're never allowed to get rid of them. But there are a few that they're okay with Emiliana having, so that's okay.
I have some books from my childhood that are like that were that same thing where it's
right.
I held on to it.
Precious.
Yeah.
And then there are other books that we know of another little boy that he loves to read, and so I'll put aside some books for him. And then our neighbor, another little boy, he likes books too, so I tend to give him the ones that aren't so precious, like our old Berenstain Bears and things like that. And then the ones that I give to the school tend to be the ones that I think the school needs in a way, like
Gotcha.
to fill out their collection. I feel like,
yeah,
things that I just feel like they could use.
If they don't have a lot of work that's diverse or
Exactly.
yeah. Gotcha.
So,
Gotcha.
and
Now,
sometimes I'll buy those for the school too. So I just try to.
Yeah, one of the challenges that I guess the thing that hits hard for us is when our son was growing up and he was going through that sort of like young age, we'd have all the books signed to him.
Oh,
So
right.
when he's older, so he could like, for his kids or whatever he wants to do with them down the line, it has his name in it.
Yeah.
But at some point he may just go like, I'm tired of kids books because that's been part of my life growing up, and like I want to go the other direction. I want to do all I care about is horror books and like but you mentioned the idea of like books that are nostalgic and are part of your life growing up, and I'm wondering, are there books that you can pinpoint now that you go like, that was the book that was, what is it?
So
you have them?
Do you know Herman the Helper?
Herman the Helper. No, wait, there's a delay, so if you're showing, give me a second for it to pop on screen. Okay. Herman the Helper, I'm trying to think.
And then Oliver, you can tell how loved these ones were.
Yeah, you can see the edges. That one looks, the Herman the Helper one looks familiar.
Oh, I love them. I just love them. And then I have this one, which was, I don't know why this one was kept. because it's not the best book, but it's nostalgic for me. It's a visit to the North Pole. And the drawings are like wonderfully kind of awkward. Do you know what I mean? Like there's like this really neat feel to them. Like
That
everything's
also looks,
stationary in a way.
it looks like it's in, oh yeah,
There's lots of cross hatching. I guess that was kind of a thing from the 80s.
I was gonna say they have an era, all those books like 70s and 80s and you know, I have the same thing where there's like books that I grew up with that are, I don't know, would be books that would sell in the same capacity today. Like, you know, the equivalent of Where the Wild Things Are. It's a classic story that everybody loves, but aesthetically, is it the type of book that would sell on a shelf?
Oh, you don't think so? I think it's still good. I
think it's good, but I think like the type of hatch work and the colors that are in it are not
the muted colors.
Are not as like poppy as what you see on shelves nowadays. Okay. And so it's sort of like the equivalent of shoot, what was it that I was thinking of? Just printing process at the time had limitations for, you know, certain colors could not be reproduced in the same method, or you know, it took a different sort of vibe. Like if you go look at Maurice Sendak books, like there's a color that shows up in some of those in some of the I guess in the variety of the books where you start to go like, is that a palette, is that a choice, or there's the sort of spot color thing that was popular during like the 60s. And so there's part of me that goes like, I look at that and I go, oh, that's an era, that's a distinct era of,
although I am seeing there are a lot of illustrators right now that draw with pencil and then will go in with Procreate or whatever and add some color in that way. And they're not really vibrant, but I think there's still a lot of appeal. Like, do you know this one?
Like Renata Lucy.
King Mouse?
Which one?
Do you know King Mouse?
Yes.
Yeah. I love Dana's illustrations. Like they're muted, but gosh, they're beautiful.
Yeah. No, we had Dana on here like a year and a half ago, I think.
Oh, did you?
Nice. Yeah, and it's one of those ones where like, yeah, it's almost like there is color, but it's almost black and white.
Yeah.
Or like a toned, monochromatic sort of off-white that's just so lovely and beautiful. One of the things when I teach a kids book class at the school that I work at is I require every week they have to bring in a book that they like in the book, and then we have a reading session where they have to, you know, get up in front of the class and read the book, and then it's my job to guess what year it was printed.
Oh, really?
And so like I'm looking for like visual cues, I'm looking for like how tight layout, and every once in a while
themes too.
What?
Themes too, like certain
it's
certain
anything
styles
that will give me a sense of like when it was printed, and most of the time I'm you know, within a couple of years.
Wow.
But then every once in a while I'm like way off, and part of it is I also have to judge like the age of the student, when they grew up. Does it look like it's been used heavily? Like the books that you showed there obviously have been seen better days. And so they're not, you know, they're not last week's publication. And so like all of that, but it's really fun to try to like guess aesthetically like when a book is from, because of the like design choices or what have you. When you're working on the books, one of the questions I had, like technical questions, obviously you're photographing the books. How are you lighting?
Well, maybe I should move to doing some of that. Let me see. So
I don't want to force you into like having to do some crazy setup. I was just like, I don't want you to have to reinvent the wheel at this point if you don't have to.
I will just color in this little bunny, and then I'll let them dry, and then I'll cut those out, but I'll start setting up my little theater instead.
Okay,
Because
that's cool to see.
I've got some stuff that I can set up.
Like it's one of those. I understand that like the paper that you use is now like transparent enough and doesn't have the grain that you can get the glow, but like you get such a lovely glow that I'm like, are you using filters on the lights, or is it purely the papers that you use?
Yeah, so I'll use tissue paper over top of lights sometimes to create like a certain color of light.
Yeah.
And then I also have this, like, these cubes? So
where
you can
yeah,
you can
I know the ones.
change the colors. And I'll leave it going and then take multiple shots so that I'll get different colorways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. It's one of those things where like, this is the magic that, I mean, I don't want you to share anything that you don't want to reveal, because now you're going to have everybody out there buying that same light going, how do I do the same thing? It's such an interesting process, and like the idea of building a set and considering the the depth of focus and all those things that
it makes it's kind of an interesting way of working, because you have to think about it when you're drawing two-dimensionally, how you're going to construct it. So like when I'm working for publishers, I'll sometimes totally scratch ideas because I'll be like, oh, that'll be just too challenging to try to set up. Or sometimes I'll stupidly think, oh, that'll be really fun to try out. And like make it too complicated on purpose to give myself a challenge, and then I'm trying to figure it out at the end, right before the deadline. So that happens too.
What about edits?
So I try to do everything in camera.
Okay.
But sometimes I do have to. Like sometimes they'll want me to rephotograph something, and I can't really. Like sometimes I will set it up again, but I don't like to. So in that case, I'll see if I can Photoshop a little bit to move a character or something, or sometimes I'll have a wire show up or something like that, and I don't want that. So yeah, I'll just move.
Do you do sort of a page and then send it in for like edits before you deconstruct?
I used to, but I'm pretty consistent now with how close it is to the sketch.
Okay.
That I'll just send in a batch. And it's pretty rare that they ask me to redo it. I often give them like a multiple options too. So.
Oh yeah, that's true, because it's not like you have to send in one photograph and done. You can send in like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha.
So, let's see here.
What's your camera? What kind of camera are you using?
It's just a DSLR. It's not anything too fancy.
Are we Canon? Are we Nikon? Are we?
Yeah, I can go grab it.
Oh, again, I feel bad because I'm asking these questions. I feel like you're having to go like run around constantly.
Oh no, sorry, I'm just trying to set this up so you can actually see what I'm doing here, but I don't know how to get the angle quite right on this. Just tape it here. I made some trees earlier so that I could just set them up. So let's see. Is that holding? Okay.
I wish I could help from this end and be like, I'll hold the tape here. There's not much I can do.
I'll just tape it here.
Have you ever recorded the process before?
Yeah, sometimes I have. I should put some up on my website. Okay, so I'm just gonna put a light in behind my theater. There you go. Can you you see me working
Yeah.
with that? Yeah.
Looks like it. Yeah.
So it's just like a shadow puppet theater. There. Okay.
So you make an active decision though, what's in front, what's behind.
Yes.
That,
So I sort of think through the foreground, middle ground, background. And or sometimes more layers than that.
yeah.
And where I'm going to focus, like is it going to be something that it's only like an f-stop of like 5 and everything gets fuzzy in the background, or am I going to have it like clear right to the back, like f20? And so yeah, making those decisions. I have all of these trees that I'll set up. So I cut all of these out earlier. You can see them all here.
Do you ever reuse pieces?
I sometimes do, like flowers especially, and sometimes grass and things.
Yeah.
You know, because it's so much work cutting out flowers and grass. So I keep things in these little Ferrero Rocher boxes. And my friend saved them for me now too. My friend Ruth saved this one for me. And so you can see I've got like a box full of flowers there that I might use.
Now,
and,
has anybody ever come to you and go, that's the same flower I saw?
Oh, no, I haven't had that yet, but I'm sure that if you look through some of my books, you'll find the same flowers. It's true. I will, and I have to remember to not use, like, I try to use flowers that grow at the same time of the year together. Like, I don't want to include like tulips with mums or something. So I kind of try to keep them separated by season too. And then if I'm doing that, I'll make sure not to include all the same types of flowers in a scene. How complicated, eh?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is, like, is your space filled with? I mean, you said that you're in a smaller space. How do you have
I'm not
room
really
for?
like, just for tonight I am, but it's
Oh, okay.
not that small. It's I've got 3 different areas, 3 different theaters that I've set up, so I can have multiple things happening at the same time. I'm just gonna cut an icy little path here.
I love the sound effects. The background of like tape being pulled and scissors and
Yeah, it's all very analog. Eh?
What's, out of curiosity, because I'm I worry that people think that I don't like digital, and that's absolutely not true. But I live in a world wherein I'm making traditional work, and there are challenges that go along with it. Right? I'm doing collage now, and so the when I work on these things, there's times where I start to put down a piece and then I go, ooh, that was not a good decision. Yeah. I got to pull it up and it may be glued to the board, and then I got to figure out, like, how am I going to manage this? There's got to be some, like, some ways to play with it to get it to work. And I'm wondering, with the work that you're making, what are the big hurdles?
The big hurdles. Like, where do I trip myself up? Yeah, ink. Ink is the tricky part.
Just because of that paper?
Yeah, because I'm just, you get ink globs and it kind of goes everywhere. You can spend a while on a drawing and then you just kind of ruin it sometimes. Or sometimes I'll think that I've gotten a great photo and I've taken all sorts of different versions of light with it, and then I take it into the computer and I've moved things around so much, and then I'll find that I wasn't focused quite right on the character that I wanted, or
and then you got to go back and
Oh yeah. So.
Well, that's, I mean, one of the things that I have found, and I would be interested to hear a little bit about in your process, is just there's a methodology in which I make the spreads. It is not as simple as just, I'm going to work on spread number 1 and spread number 2, et cetera, down the line.
Oh, I was curious about that with yours.
Yeah, there's a decision precision, and a lot of it is like color matching and texture matching and things of the
Yeah.
sort. But obviously, like I'm imagining you don't go and like today I'm going to work on this spread and the next spread the next day, and I'll have them all finished at the end. Or
Yeah.
is it sort of like you do a one-off, get it done, and then scan it, make sure, or not scan it, but photograph it, make sure the photographs are okay, and then jump to the next one?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I always make sure I've got the right shot, the final shot, before I move on.
So I guess the question that I have then is like, how do you maintain consistency?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question because that's something I got called out for. You know, when you read like a criticism and then it stays like with you forever and you think about it every time you make something. So for Red Sky at Night, the one book that I did maybe 2018,
Okay.
It got a great review, but then at the end the comment was inconsistent between the times of day, or it didn't flow or something like that because of the lighting, because I just went to like black at night. And so now I've decided to always incorporate one color from the previous page into the next page. So even if it's a different sky, I'll make sure that the children's clothing or something is always the same color so that it ties everything together.
Yeah, a hint, but not necessarily a dominating color that would change or somehow force a different narrative.
Just so that it feels right, it doesn't have to. The skies don't have to be, well, sometimes they have to be the same. Like I was doing one beach book and I wanted to make sure that it had the same feeling of sun throughout the whole book. That was important.
To me, it makes total sense. And in fact, I was dealing with a student today who, one of the challenges they had was they had designed a character, but they were doing really like sunset and moonlight and all these things, which are wonderful, but at the same time also forces the character has to be affected by the light.
Yeah. And
they weren't sure how to manage the color on that. But that idea, I have that, not necessarily the exact same idea, but like if you have 25% of the work is desaturated and 75% of the piece is saturated because of the lighting situation, flip it the other way for daylight. So like if it's a sunset and it's primarily saturated and there's a little bit of desaturated colors, daylight, flip it so you have that similar saturated color so it doesn't look like it's a completely different piece altogether. Right. And it's that same sentiment of sort of like how do you manage color so it doesn't look irregular from piece to piece. And I think that admittedly that's my downfall in work. And I you're dealing with light where you literally have to, like, light is going to change the piece. I feel like my work, it tends to be like everything's the same lighting all the time. And I want to push that.
So
I want to push ways.
Do you think about like an overall color scheme before you're starting though? Like or do you play with it as you're doing it? Like do you kind of create an overall
I kind
look in your mind?
Yeah, I pick a palette to begin with.
Yeah.
And so I sort of stay with that palette, but I like the idea of being more experimental and more like loose. So a character, it's the Bart Simpson. That's what I said today. It's like Bart Simpson always wears the same outfit. It's like he get from day to day he's wearing the same outfit, and does he wash it ever? Does he, like there are challenges that go along with that, and so I start to look and say, can I in some way, shape, or form not have the character wear the same thing in every scene? And can they, ebb and flow with the weather or with the light or whatnot? And I haven't done that because my stuff has been primarily graphic and cartoony. But, in a way, the way that you work almost forces your hand in that, where the light is going to change it just because you choose a different light source or you pick a different color. It's such a fun, and I mean, that's the thing that I really appreciate about your work. I joked at the beginning of this that like, you're the painter of light.
Right.
But that's Thomas Kincaid. You can't have that one. You are the painter and photographer of light.
Player
Yeah.
of light. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to always play with light, and especially with picture books, can change the whole feel, the whole atmosphere of a
Mhm.
book depending on the lighting that you choose. So the book Too Early, um, Nora Erickson was the author for that one, and I was working with Abrams on it. I gave them, so I had two full books finished for them with two different colorways. So it was the same illustrations, but two different colorways for the whole book. And then they decided which colorway they wanted to go with at the end.
And did you? Okay, wait. Here's a. I keep saying a loaded question, but it's not loaded. Did you have a preference in which
Oh,
way it goes?
no, like I wouldn't have picked them and offered them if I didn't like both.
Okay, but it's not like there was one where you're like, this is clearly the winner.
Oh, see, that's the problem, is that in some colorways you'll prefer another image, but maybe not consistently. Like maybe it isn't the best selection overall.
Yeah.
Even if you prefer that one. So you've got to think more about the whole book instead of just that one image. So, yeah, there were winners on each of the colorways, but
yeah. The reason I ask is, like, some people, when I'm talking about like doing this stuff, you send in sketches for things, and especially like in the world of editorial, when I did that, there was lots of, you send in 3 or 4 sketches for an image, and you go, which one do you like? And I've always had this mindset that I can try to sway them of some sort by, like, the first one I show them is the winner, and then comparing everything to that one after the fact, or I make one a little bit more detailed and a little bit more finished, and happens to have a little bit of color in it, and then all of a sudden it's that's much better.
They like.
Yeah. Now, of course, it never holds up. They always choose the one that's like, not that I have a problem with it of any sort, because again, I would say, for me, like, I would never send in something that I'm like, I don't want to do that one. But I feel like they always pick the one that is second or third out of 5.
Okay.
But
I don't know. I feel like they always go with the first one that I send. Although if I send 2, the problem is they want the best of both, and then they want a third one that I don't have. And if I was to Photoshop the 2 together, it's not going to look as good as either of them individually.
Now, are you sending, so every spread in there, you're sending multiple sketches?
Multiple sketches or multiple finished
multiple
ones?
sketches.
Oh, multiple sketches. Oh, yeah. Depends on the publisher. Depends on.
But multiple.
Depends.
Multiple
How complicated it is. Like the bunny book, I sent them a lot because there were so many bunnies, and it was also this brother and sister, and getting them right. There were a lot. There were a lot of sketches. But then the whale book that I'm working on right now, maybe I sent them like 2 options for maybe half of them, and then the other ones I don't know. Yeah, maybe 2 options each.
The reason I ask in that case is, when I was talking about like 5 sketches, it was for editorial stuff. For Kidlit, I send them 1.
Oh yeah?
I send them 1 and then say, like, what do you want changed?
Oh, okay.
Which, I don't know, maybe I'm doing it wrong in some sense, because I think I sketch different too. Like, they want thumbnails originally, and I send them full-size sketches.
Yeah, no,
right from the get-go.
I don't really do the thumbnail thing either.
Yeah, it's just,
like,
you
figure like I'll do 2 sketches, but I'm not really going to do thumbnails.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm willing to go back and edit and whatnot. Just thumbnails, like I can barely keep track of what they mean myself, and so I tend to just lean on this. Like, I'm gonna go big from the beginning and get more detail in, or make it clear
Make it clear.
for them. Yeah,
Yeah.
which is probably the most important thing. Are you someone who when you send, because you, I guess the question I would have is because of the way that you work, are your sketches just line drawings? Are you doing any sort of value? Are you like how?
Yeah, they're just line drawings. Like I'll show you a couple of sketches. Let's see. Do I have a full page handy? Okay, so here's, never mind the pencil marks that I put on over top of it, but can you see? So that's like a sketch that I sent them for the Bunny Ballet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a matter of like the complexity of the sketch, plus when you go to build the thing, obviously there must be some like challenges, things that don't line up perfectly.
Yeah, so I'm getting better at making sure things line up. It was definitely a challenge when I first got going with this stuff. But now I'm a lot more consistent with it. Like I'm pretty sure to always keep things away from the gutter 3-dimensionally so that I definitely don't run into that.
Yeah.
And then I can take things into the computer and like put it in Procreate with the text and the gutter and see how everything's laying out, and then I can move things around to make sure that it's all fitting.
I feel like I'm getting like a master's course level instruction on how you manage all this. This is just stuff that like is so like how do I put this? In the world of illustration, I feel like I know a lot of things about how illustrations are made, etc. But then the way that you work is so like left field for me that I understand the basic principles of what you're doing, but the forethought that you have to have and the challenges that you have to have are so like wildly different than what I'm used to that it feels so so otherworldly, and you know, in a good way. Like that's the reason why I like your work. Is not it's different, it's challenging of my perception of what illustration has to be, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, like it's definitely more straightforward to do something 2-dimensional and then like work off your sketch, and then you know, you have something that looks very similar to the sketch when you're done.
Yeah.
And it's taken a long time to kind of know dimensionally how things are going to work out that way. And I think it's just one of those things that you do it enough, and then it's like driving a car where you just kind of have a sense of how it's going to line up in the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine, I mean, it's the same thing for me painting, or me doing a collage. Like you do it enough and you just go, okay, I get a sense of
you
where
kind of stop
going
thinking about it
before you're there, but it's still like there are challenges that happen, and there are things that like you just can't predict every single time.
Yeah. What is your big challenge with working with collage? Like, what are the things that you run up against?
Sticky fingers. Seriously, that is a major issue. Like right now I'm good for the night, but give me another half hour or so and my fingers are going to be super sticky and everything's going to stick to it. No, I think the challenge is primarily about, again, it's that forethought, and I'm not a person who has the forethought to go like, okay, I need to cut this piece and stick this piece down first in order for this to work. And so, excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. Hold on one second. There we go. Got it out. Sorry. Hopefully that didn't get you. The there's a lot of like, I am a person who likes to play. I like to experiment.
Yeah.
And that doesn't always work in a medium like this. Just like I imagine it would be the same for you, of like,
yeah,
all of
like
a sudden you're like,
it's fun just to do this tonight, like just not have any plan and just play. I
yeah.
also love that. Yeah.
But you run into hurdles that you don't expect when you're having to wing it.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a challenge. I also think one of the things that I fight against, and I'm happy with it, but it is a fight, is my sketch never looks like my finish.
Oh.
And what I mean by that is I intentionally do not put in perfection in my
Oh, okay, so you leave it loose so that you can play.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so when I go back and look at it, it's like what I thought was going to be the shape of an arm is totally different. And it's not that I dislike what I made. It just becomes a challenge of being able to accept that, you know, cutting with a scissor is different than drawing with my hand. And so that's one of those things where, like, it'd be cool if it was more consistent, but at the same time, I don't want it to be like, I think if it was too consistent, I'd probably have more of an issue, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I'd start to say, like, this isn't the piece. This is, you know, it's someone else's or what have you.
That not knowing quite how it will turn out is part of the fun, right?
Yeah.
Like, my dad loves that about, like, he knows what things are going to look like when he pulls them out of the kiln, but there's still a little element of chance. You don't know quite how the crystals in the glaze are going to look, or, you know, there's still elements of chance. And I love that.
I mean, especially with ceramics, you don't even know if it's going to, like, explode in the kiln. That's a whole nother thing. And I think, you know, to me, that's the stuff that I thrive on, and I know is probably nightmare fuel for other folks. And it's a challenge. I mean, I like looking at your sketch there. Your sketch was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. But I also looked at that, and my first thought when I saw that is, like, how are you going to live up to that? How are you gonna maintain it? And
I lose some of the, like, really delicate quality of my drawings. And I really love drawing too, just drawing and creating that, like, the softness. And I can't always get that with the hard edges of paper cutting things.
How are you cutting? Is it all X-Acto blade?
No, I'll show you in a second. I use these little scissors, the little Friskar scissors. Do you know those?
Yeah, well,
I'll show you.
I was gonna say, are they the ones that have the little swan on them? The little, or the bird ones?
They're just these guys.
They say little. Okay, wait. There's a delay.
You see them?
There's a delay. So give me 1 second. They'll pop up on screen in a matter of 3, 2, 1. I see your hands going off screen, and there they go. Oh, those are little babies.
I really like them. They're nice and small, and they're very, very sharp. And I don't cut, like, back and forth. I, like, slowly move the blade down and then just move the paper around.
Yeah.
And that's something, I guess, I mean, of course, you're probably doing the same thing, but I always notice with kids, when I'm teaching kids about paper cutting and stuff, that that they kind of chomp it.
The best thing, I have Fiskars here too, but mine are I don't even remember what kind is it. Fiskars Soft Touch.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
those are nice. Those
I like
are
these
huge.
because it's they're big. And intentionally big. It's the palm that does it, so, like, less wear and tear on fingers. But they're big, and they spring open automatically, which is lovely. But the big I like because I can't get super finite details of them, and so it forces.
That's something you like about it.
Yeah, it forces awkward cuts. And so, like, in a way, when I was doing stuff with paint before, I was trying to make awkward shapes, and I had to sit there and try to like force my hand to do that.
Right.
And now it just kind of automatically does it because I'm just not skilled with those scissors.
Ah.
But it's, I mean, to me, that's the like the fun of these big clunkers. And I do have an X-Acto blade here, but also the wear and tear on the hand with the little X-Acto blade is like, I press way too hard with the stupid thing. And that's what I was asking about, like, do you use an X-Acto blade? And I was going to ask you, how do you manage the pain of dealing with little pieces that way? But the scissors solve that in a sense, because you're removing it from like minutia finger movement to sort of bigger hand gestures.
Yeah. I have had hand troubles, but it's been rare. Like I did a show down in Virginia, and I filled an area that was 33 feet by, what was it? 33 feet by 12 feet high,
Okay.
like a whole window. And oh gosh, I cut so many things. And I really, really felt it in my hands. I didn't think I could finish.
This is a window display for a book?
No, it was, I had a show at the Longwood Center for the Arts.
Okay.
And part of it was to go with the Virginia Children's Book Festival.
Gotcha.
So I had a show of my art, and then I went down for their festival as well. And part of the show was filling this big window at the gallery with an installation. But yeah, it was too ambitious.
Yeah, this is a section of the show that we call "Go See a Doctor Before You Ruin Yourself." The amount of art-related injuries that happen that are not always like normal things that people get injuries for. Like, I don't know if you get this. This is gonna be a weird one. When I'm working and doing inking stuff or like pushing too hard, I get like a little blister on the inside of my middle finger from the way I hold my pencil. Like it just gets
right here.
Yeah, it just gets
I get
a little bump.
that too.
Yeah, and it's like really painful at times, and it's purely just like I'm gripping the pencil too hard. But then it's also hard to go to someone who's like working some construction job and go, "Oh, my fingy hurts. I really did a bad one."
I'm going to show you what I'm doing right now, just in case people are curious about 3D techniques. So I was using, I use these little floral wires, and I bend them into shapes to create a little, I guess it's like a loop at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then I'll just attach it to the back to hold my characters up.
So it's a little stand, basically.
Yeah, little stand. And some people might have seen earlier, I was just slicing the paper and then tucking the trees in that way.
Huh.
Yeah.
And it's
to hold them up.
Do they okay, wait. So it's a little loop that is your base.
Yeah.
And then a wire attached to the piece. Now, when I was starting out teaching back in the day, I used to teach a class on painting.
Yeah.
Like a acrylic painting class. And one of the assignments that I used to do for people that was intentionally mean, I would get a bunch of balloons and blow up a ton of balloons, and they had to paint that as a still life.
Oh, geez.
Which is really
that is
like
kind of mean.
Yeah, they're transparent, they're whatnot. But the mean part wasn't even that. The mean part was whenever someone walked around in the room, those balloons would shift. That's where we get the mean part.
Right.
Is there's like things moving, and so they may be working on one part and then it changes and they have to go back and readjust, and it was intentionally rude and meant to force them to not think that like they could work on something forever. There was intention behind it. It wasn't me just being silly and mean. But I wonder with your pieces, how often has that happened where like you're spending time trying to set this thing up and then someone comes in and goes, "Hey, do we have any toilet paper downstairs?" And they knock over everything you're working on.
For sure. Yeah. Well, I had for Butterfly Park, which was one of my earliest books, I had a whole little village that I'd set up in my studio.
Yeah.
And it was too tempting for my kids. They were wanting to move the little cars and people around. And so, yeah, I'd come back up and find a stuffed animal stuck in there, all sorts of things. It was a little frustrating, but
I mean,
I
luckily
tried
it's
to get
not.
all the photos done at once.
It's not like stop motion where like it's if it gets moved, the whole a sequence is completely ruined.
Exactly.
But it's still that's
exactly.
got to be frustrating to walk in and see
Hey,
all your hard work in different locations.
Well, it just made me realize that I needed to have the door.
A safety guard.
Have yeah.
Safety
Not
locks.
to leave things out.
Yeah.
No, it was all right.
What do you do? Okay, wait. Again, this is me like trying to wrap my head around how you do everything you do and being amazed by it. In the end, I have these pieces that sit over on the side, and at some point maybe I'll sell them. At some point, they may end up in the trash, who knows. But there is a flat file over here that I shove stuff in for the most part.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, do you have any like old pieces that are what do you call a theater that you're like, I set this up and I'm gonna keep it for like display purposes or for like gallery settings, or do you have to recreate and put stuff back together?
Yeah, like I'm not too precious about things, so I take things apart, and if there's something I really like, I'll save a piece.
Yeah.
But nothing from my books. I had. Oh, that's not true. So Red Sky at Night. I was at the Maza Museum, and they have this amazing space to show kids how the illustrations are created. And I thought it would be really neat to have a diorama for them to show how I create my illustrations.
Yeah.
So I recreated one of the illustrations from that, and I sent it to them. So they have one of my dioramas.
When you say recreated, meaning like you redid the entire thing?
Well, like I just took the pieces and then I set it up. I had my husband build a box, and then I set it up inside the box as a diorama, and I sent it to them so they can show kids.
But you still have the original pieces. It's not like you had to recreate.
Yeah, I still had all the little pieces from when I had it set up in the theater.
As I was going to say, man, and that's a lot of. I don't know if I'd be willing to do that of remake everything.
Yeah. No, I had all the pieces.
Okay.
And I do have a few dioramas that I use for, like, say I'll have a book launch and I'll bring a diorama so that kids can see how I set things up.
Yeah.
So I have a few of those too.
How do you keep your sanity outside of artwork?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah. So
what are your go-tos?
I used to spend way too much time just in the studio, and it's like kind of a lonely life, right? Yeah. Like you're creating your stuff, and I really needed to get out and see people more. So on Tuesdays, I have this really wonderful group of creative women that we get together for a morning once a week, and we go hiking, and we all do different things. So one of them she's a full-time painter, Christine Moran, and one is a baker, one is a singer, and one is a lawyer, but also a potter. What's that?
Is one a candle maker?
Yeah, actually, the potter, she probably makes candles too.
One's a butcher, a baker, a candlestick maker.
Yeah, so they're a pretty cool group of ladies, and I love going hiking with them, and they keep me sane. Especially during the pandemic, they really kept me sane. And then I get together with another group of women on Thursday nights. So yeah, it's good.
It's one of those things where, like, I feel like every artist has some vice that they rely on. Are you a reader? Are you a TV person? Are you
Oh,
a movie?
yeah, I like to have something going in the studio while I'm working. So it's terrible if I get a TV show going in the background where I actually have to look up.
Yeah.
So it has to be kind of something that I already know. So sometimes I'll put on movies that I already know the movies, or I'll just put on a documentary so I can hear it in the background, listen to podcasts,
Okay.
that kind of thing. Yeah.
Hit me with some of those. What are some of the titles of like? What are the go-tos? What are your faves?
Hmm. Oh gosh. I like Ologies. Do you ever listen to that?
No.
No?
What is that one?
So they'll just pick a subject. So like the last one that I listened to was on candy, and they'll just talk about like the history of candy, and so it'll they'll talk to a historian about the ins and outs of how what it meant socially and culturally in different places, and I just love that kind of thing.
I mean, I like candy, so you got me
But
there.
it can be anything, right? It could be
Yeah.
park benches. I'm curious about people, so any time that I can learn about history and people. Like this morning I was listening to a documentary on what was her name? She was a woman that ran the Mongol Empire after I
Gen-
never say his
yeah,
name right.
Genghis
Gen-
Khan.
Genghis
Yeah.
Khan. And that was really fascinating too. So yeah, just anything that I can learn something. How
And
about you?
uh, when I'm in studio and it's time for like deadlines, it is podcasts. But for the most part, it's comedy podcasts.
Oh yeah.
I I mean, I've there are a couple of those like smart ones that I listen to, like you're talking about. But for the most part, it's dumb stuff. However, um, it's one of the ones my wife pointed out or made a little reel for me on my site about the amount of kidlit illustrators that are listening to like true crime
Yeah, I do
podcasts.
listen to true crime sometimes.
Yeah, and so like Keith Morrison is a good go to from Dateline. Uh,
Yeah.
but for the most part it's comedy, or I I've gotten in the now that we got Spotify, like I think we were a little late to the game with Spotify.
Hmm.
And I listen to a lot of music in the background, but I also noticed that I'm listening to a lot of music that is like I'm not keeping up. I've hit that threshold
Right.
where
You're just listening to the stuff that you always liked.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm or stuff that is new that sounds like the stuff that was old. And
Yeah.
so it's it's in that same ballpark. Um, and it's when the Spotify list comes out, I think they just did that recently. It's like I'm sure I don't even know if I saw mine officially, um, but I'm sure it's all the same bands that it was last year, and it's all the same bands it was the year before, and whatnot. Um, is there a good art scene outside or not outside? Is there a good art scene outside your house in your town?
Yeah, we actually we have a great gallery here called the Tom Thompson Art Gallery, and it's exceptional. I think we're far enough away from Toronto um, that we've kind of built our own scene here in a way.
Yeah.
So we get some great shows, and some are international and some are national and some are local, and it's just a really good mix. And then we also, I don't know, do you know Tom Thompson's work?
No, I don't.
So he was a painter. He wasn't part of the group of seven. They're a famous group of painters in Canada that were painting around, what would it be, like 1917 to maybe the 30s, I guess. But he was very influential, and he painted a lot at Algonquin Park. And I think what made him so amazing was that it was a totally different way of landscape painting. So we kind of tie our Canadian identity to a lot of his work, where it feels kind of more rugged and rough. Lots of really wonderful skies.
It's sort of like,
Anyway, so we've got a lot of his original paintings, and people will come from quite far to see them. So that's kind of neat.
it's like the classic Western Americana paintings of the, the
Yeah, like
20s and 30s. And
that's right. Yeah, they're really something.
and
So they've always got those on display, and then a rotation of shows. So it's good. I've got a show coming up there, I guess next summer. So that's kind of fun.
what do you do for a show? Like, I mean, are you doing similar stuff, or is it?
So for that one, I'm actually doing it not because I want to show my illustration, but it's in response to AI.
Okay.
So I feel like AI is really stealing the soul of a lot of art. And so I'm creating a piece that's for human eyes only. So it's basically asking people if I can trust them, if there's something that what can we still keep human?
Yeah.
And so it's more of like I will create a really huge diorama for it that'll be, you have to put down your phone in order to go and see it. And so it's kind of this social contract, like, will you do it, or will it eventually just be eaten by the Borg that is AI?
So it's more of a fine art piece than it is a illustrative.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you do that kind of work often?
No, I have had no. This will be unique. Like it's and it's not, the diorama is still illustrative in a way. Like it's I had this very odd dream, but it was like a full children's book that came to me in the dream, but it's not really for children. Like it was very spooky, and so I'm going to illustrate it for the diorama.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you get everybody to put down their phone? Is there like a sign that says you may not enter unless your phone is like deposited in this box?
Kind of. It asks people to do it, but if they do or they don't, that's up to them. Like it's, I think I guess I care, but then I'm more interested in how we are as humans and what makes us humans, and are we willing to keep anything completely human? So I'm going to I've written out something, and then I'm going to put it on a large panel. So I'm going to project it onto a large panel. So that's what you'll see, my handwritten note, as you first enter the space.
I mean, obviously, like, AI art is problematic left and right for a majority of the artists that are out there.
Yeah.
Do you feel a distinct threat for your work in general, or is this a?
I do for our industry.
Okay.
Like, not so much for me personally, because like I do think it devalues all of our art.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. And I worry about our industry especially. So what I'm doing, I'm just gonna show you. I'm just putting some leaves in right now. But I don't feel personally too threatened because I work three-dimensionally.
Yeah.
Although.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's like, I think digital artists are probably more at risk. Visual artists.
Yeah.
Point.
But one of my good friends has already lost her job to AI. She was in marketing, and there goes her job. I worry about us as a society.
Do you um, I'm wondering, like, one of the things that I would say is like you're dimensional, but the photography side of it, it's one of those ones where like the the photographer's mindset right now has got to be wildly different than even an illustrator's mindset, because
Right.
the all that's out there, and I'm not privy to it all. I don't fully understand where it's going to go. I'm maybe a little less worried about publishing in general, just because of the publishing houses not wanting to
Yeah.
run the risk of using uncopyrightable material. But there's going to be the odd publisher that doesn't understand that is going to.
Yeah, or they'll allow people to combine elements of
Yeah.
it, right? So it might not be full AI, but
Yes.
maybe they start using AI to I guess it's almost this, so to generate ideas and things.
Yeah.
But also I feel like if we stop creating, I'm worried more existentially as like a species, like what it means to be human when we give over something as precious as
Makes sense.
creating and our art to AI.
Makes sense. And it's most of the time hideous. And
It is right now, but it's going to get better.
yeah.
Like, I feel like it's dead art right now. Like, when I look at it, it feels like there's this weird, uncanny awfulness to it.
I was on a jury for a show, and there was someone that entered AI art into it. And what was really lovely to see, though, is everybody that was on the jury was like, okay, so this is out, right? Like, it was in the rules of the competition. It wasn't like it was okay to be in there in the first place. But no one stopped and said like, well, maybe what if, like,
right,
should we question it or anything? Sorry, it was like, no, this doesn't fly whatsoever. And it's nice to hear people like be so adamant about it.
Yeah.
What scares me are the people who are like just oblivious or are not thinking about it at all. And they
or think it's okay.
Yeah.
There are, and I wonder too, with a younger generation coming up, will they just think it's okay because they're using it right from the get-go for all sorts of things? I don't know. I just feel like we're at a huge turning point.
I can tell you from the college age, at least from the illustrators, everybody is against it. And I think it's a threat to their career. So it's very easy to say, I'm not on board with this because I see that it's going to impact me in some way. I think the fine art side is a little different because they start to venture into this, like, can we use it in a way that challenges the system? Or, like one of the, and I will not name names, but we have a faculty member who uses it in his artwork, but then he like puts in a video that he makes, has it convert it to some, like, some effects on it, then pumps that out, takes screen grabs from that, print makes from that, then does, and it's like, it's part of the process, but it's not, he's not doing anything representational. And so like, then I started to like, it's this weird gray area of like,
there's going to be so much gray.
It's not like, in his case, it is not a clear, like, your finished product is a digital piece, because it's not. The end, he has this piece. And so like, then I started to go, well, okay, what is my, like, am I okay with that? It's a weird debate, an ethical debate that comes in.
I guess I just want people talking about it, especially since a lot of people aren't really thinking about the impacts. They're just like, oh, neat. So those of us that are impacted, and it's right now we're just on the cusp of it. Like, it's going to impact our industry, but it'll impact so many, and I just want people to start thinking about it and how it will.
I think what's sad is I think it's probably going to impact our industry more on the, like, marketing and the, like, I think it's the art, I think, is probably like, especially the desire for artists to make art traditionally is probably still going to be there quite handily, but there's going to be a lot of people that lose jobs that are in that sort of like, you're on the marketing team, you're on the publication
Right.
team, your job is to, you know, make a really lovely display out of this, and that's where I'm worried the most. Let's put it that way. Right now, currently, that doesn't mean that that stays that way of any sort.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. A lot more changes are
sad.
coming.
Let's not talk about that. So, what else is going on up in Canada?
What else is going
Yeah.
on? Well, snow day, snow day, snow
Yeah.
day. Yeah, no,
So,
but really, it's really beautiful here too. The snow is beautiful on the
okay,
trails. It's one of the reasons I like living here is we've got tons of parks and trails around here.
here's the part of the show that I'm going to call Cultural Corner, which is, okay, you're up in Canada, and I've seen this online, and I think it's amazing, and I don't know if they do it in all of Canada, but when they get rid of snow in the street,
Yeah.
do they do the thing where like they dump it into a truck that's also there and take it, haul it away?
No.
Do you know what I'm
No.
talking about, though?
Yeah, maybe in some spots where it's
Yeah.
tight, but here it's just it piles up huge snowbanks. Huge
Okay.
snowbanks.
Because I've seen other ones where they like melt the snow too, and then it's just water.
Oh,
That they,
I saw that in Japan, right? That they had like some sort of heating in their sidewalks.
yeah.
Yeah,
So like
that seems like
sticks.
a great idea.
And it's like, I forget where I saw like what town it was in Canada, but I just, growing up, I was always like, oh, I assume every town in Canada does that, but clearly it's true. It's only in the rich parts of the town that does it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. We better pay more taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys aren't doing
I'm
enough.
currently looking for more trees. I didn't make enough trees. I'm trying to decide if I want to make more or just use what I've got.
And if you make more, you have, or if you use what you got, you have to make a match, right? Like it can't be a different style of tree.
I'm trying to find something that'll work that has the same kind of cragginess. So I've got some that have cragginess here. See? More cragginess. So I'm going to use those in the background.
Your trees are very, very scary. Those are like,
yeah, these ones are. I did them on cut these ones out on Halloween. So they are very scary. Whereas I've got these lovely snowy ones that I could also set up.
It's
Do you see these?
Do you find that when you work on something like creating trees, do you tend to lean towards, like, even I do this, stylistically I've decided like this is how I draw trees, and so there's a consistency that shows up.
Yeah.
Like the equivalent of if you ask me to draw a bird, almost all my birds are probably going to look relatively similar.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just the shape of the body. Like there's a setup to it that like makes sense to me. And I'm wondering, like in your case, because you might have to reuse or, you know, you hold on to pieces, is there like a standard like design choice that you make knowing that you might have to replicate it later? Or
I don't really think that way, but probably just, you know, you can, I think people just have like a sensibility and you can kind of recognize their stuff. Yeah, like here, are those similar? They're similar, not the same. Just from cutting, things end up looking similar too. But
yeah, it's like what your hand naturally gravitates towards.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's interesting finding stuff from years ago, and it doesn't always have, like, I'm like, oh, why would I have done that?
Why'd you make that decision, or what were you thinking at that time? What was?
Yeah, just like I don't know. I guess you get more delicate and more like loose, and so I can see it in things I've cut and the things I've inked. And then you think about like what was going on in your life when you worked in a certain way.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, I heard this really lovely thing from, I think her name's Charlotte Damions. She did the yellow balloon. Was it the red balloon or the yellow balloon? But I met her at a conference once, and I asked her if she had any advice for me as I was just starting out my career in picture books. And she told me to try to incorporate something from your actual life in every book that you're creating, because then it'll remind you of the different phases of your life or your kids' lives as through your career. And that's been really nice.
Oh, that is
so
nice.
I've tried to kind of do that.
It's sort of like a historical document of your
right?
of
Yeah.
your time. That is nice.
Yeah.
That's smarter than the way that I would than my thinking. My thinking is just like joke. What's the funniest thing you can do at all times? But I like the idea of like it's a time capsule. That's the
a time capsule. Yeah, exactly. So what book are you working on right now?
I just wrapped up a book. I'm waiting for a contract to roll in, and then I can start on it.
Yeah.
I have a book that's coming, or the next one's with Groundwood.
Oh, nice.
I can't say
I
too
love
much.
their book.
I can't say too much about it, but I have said on here it's the first book that I'm going to be able to do collage with.
Oh.
Which I know sounds strange because if you look at my Instagram, look at my website, it's almost all collage. But I've been doing collage for 2 years, but I've been working on books that have had previous style set from when I was painting, because it's a series.
Oh,
I have to maintain that aesthetic, and so this will be the first one where I really get to like play with the material. And so this is one of the reasons why I've been asking some of these questions of just like, how do you maintain, how do you manage like when stuff goes awry, because when I've done the painting thing, it's very easy to just like graphite transfer down and it's an exact match, and
right.
I never have to really fight it in the same way. And so this will be a learning curve. It's part of the sabbatical proposal I put forward of like, it's, even though I've worked with collage, having to learn how to technically work with it over a long period of time for a multi-page project is going to be something I'm going to have to manage. But it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah,
I think it'll be fun.
It'll be fun to work in, to stretch yourself. It's always a fun thing to do.
I think it will be fine in the end. I think that it's not really going to be as much of a challenge as I think it is.
Yeah.
But it's a couple of other things that I want to do, though, like aesthetically with it, both on a production and a post-production, might add some some having to trial and error. That's the words I was looking for. As far as like colors and like printing and the level of color correction and edits that I want to do.
Yeah.
Like when someone asked,
that's a huge one with photography. Like anytime that you photograph things, the color shift can be really dramatic.
Someone asked in the comments of, what do you do digital after the fact with yours? Like, are there, obviously you have to go and do some touch up here and there. And when I think of photographers, this is not like I think they're mean people. Or it's, when I think of photographers, they're the ones who nitpick over like color to the nth degree, or you know what I mean? Like the minutia where they're like, this one, the contrast isn't just right. And I look at it, I'm like, I can't see what you're talking about. Because it's so like finite. Are you one of those? Well, that sounds awful. Are you one of those?
Am I one of those people?
Yeah. Like how
it's interesting. So like if I've worked with a publisher several times, like I work a lot with Tundra, and it's almost like they know my color profiles. Like very few changes have to be made. So that's easy. This latest book that the Bunny Ballet one that I've been working on, because it's set at night and things aren't as light as I usually work, it's created a lot of challenges with getting the color right. So the first set of proofs were, I was like missing all of the purples.
Oh.
Like they were all turning gray. So that was a problem. And then now they just sent me the next round and they're looking good. So I don't think I'm super fussy. But yeah, I want to get it right.
Yeah, I think I've had this problem of I've been a people pleaser for too long when it comes to that kind of stuff. So when they send me color proofs, I'm rarely like, this isn't right. I need to be more finicky with that, because I tend to just go, it's good enough.
Yeah.
You know, and part of it is, and it's the same thing probably for you, of you're working traditional and it's never going to have the same look as the traditional piece, no matter
Right.
how, like, just printing process, etc. There's all sorts of things that are going to be a challenge. And same thing I think probably for digital too, just going from screen, from the refracted light sort of situation. But I want to get more finicky and say, like, yeah, that color isn't the color that I want. But I don't think I've had the chutzpah, the mentality to challenge.
They'll be happy to help you with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're great. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, Tundra is every book that I see Tundra make, I've been very, very impressed with.
Oh, they're so good. Yeah.
Have you worked with the same editor and art director and stuff quite often?
Yeah, I work with Tara Walker.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
She's my publisher, and then Kelly Hill is my art director, and Kelly's an author, illustrator as well. She did a series of Anne books that are really charming. So she gets the whole thing, you know. She's so talented, and I did the Anne of Green Gable covers with her as well, way back 2014, and that was a really interesting thing because, well, I'm glad I didn't kind of worry too much at the time. I guess my kids were little and I just went for it and I just did it, but I wasn't too precious about it. But thank goodness that Kelly was there, just kind of like making sure that they worked.
Yeah.
I guess because I really relied on her to say things worked or didn't work. And sometimes she would send me like, could you try moving this up in the theater? And she would just quickly do something in Photoshop to give me an idea of what she meant. And it was so helpful.
Yeah, to have someone that I have someone that I worked with at Page Street that does that, where, like, you know, like, can you, we were thinking this, and instead of it just being text in an email, it's like, this kind of position, can that work?
Yeah.
And, you know, I can still say no, and I can still.
It's so helpful to get that really clear direction, though. It's really nice.
Do you get, when you get notes back, do you get PDFs? What do you get for your notes?
Yeah, so just a PDF with all the notes kind of written into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you get the little sticky notes in the notes where it's like the little yellow dot and you click on it and it opens up and stuff? I cannot, this is me like trying to vent here, and I'm glad that you get those, so you know what I'm talking about. I can't stand those. And the reason I can't stand those is I always like, I can't see them on my phone, and if I'm out and about and I get the notes back, I'm like, ooh, I want to see those easily. And it's a real struggle to see them there. But also, then I'm on this mad like hunt on every single page to, like, did I miss one of those really close dots that I gotta expand? And one of the ones that the publisher I worked with recently, it's really scary. It's rewarding, but it's scary because I'll see all these dots saying, like, here's a note, here's a note, here's a note, and I open it up and it's like, looks great. And I open another note and then it's like, you know, can you change this? And another one's like, great job here. And it's like, you don't have to put in the great job here once because you're scaring me every time I see that little yellow box
Right.
that's on there. And I'm like, oh, like just give me the ones that are critical.
Oh man. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I do get a little anxious before I open it all up.
Are you someone who, like, over time, like, crit? I can take a crit, but it still, like, stings a little here and there.
Oh.
You know, like sometimes it's like they don't get it, or I have to sit for a day and sort of think, okay, let me come back to this, and by the time I come back to it, I'll understand what they're trying to get at, or I'll, you know what I mean? Like I have to process it. Let's put it that way. Do you get, when you get those notes, are you someone who sort of like immediately understands, or do you have to think?
I just think it's really a great thing that it's through email, right? Because it gives you some time to just think things through and like sit with something, right?
Not stress as much.
Yeah, you can kind of like, I get really anxious about getting it, and so I'll have a quick peek, and then the next morning I'll get a coffee and sit down in front of the fire and be really relaxed and read through it.
Yeah.
And then it's a lot better. Here I'm kind of, I can't go any further with the illustration that I was working on because I realized, so I really rely on daylight. So you can see how things at night, I can't get much more than this kind of effect. So I really rely on the sunlight coming through the back to create that kind of gentleness. Otherwise, everything kind of looks haunted or spooky.
Wait. So, hold on a second.
So I totally changed theaters. I just moved over to another theater.
I know, but you're saying daylight.
Yeah.
It's not daylight there right now, is it?
No, it's not. So I'm saying that I can't do much more on the one that I was working on without daylight. So I decided to just work on this other one and set it up fully. Because the other one needs to be photographed in the daylight.
Okay, I thought you were implying that there's daylight there right now. I'm like, how?
Oh no,
not. You are not that far north.
You know, it makes it summer. Really a real pain because I can't. You know, I have to photograph things during the day.
Yeah. And
so on really gray days, it can make it difficult to get my work done.
Yeah, you're dependent on weather.
Yeah, I am.
You chose the wrong industry.
To live in the, I think we were like the cloudiest or one of the cloudiest places too.
Yeah. You chose, not only did you choose the wrong industry, you chose the wrong place to live. Yeah. You're like, you dug your own grave here. Have you ever considered other approaches to picture books?
Oh yeah. So I really love just drawing. And so one of my good friends, Callie George, she's an author. She wrote the Magical Animal Adoption Agency and Heartwood Hotel series. She has written a really charming little series, and she wants me to just draw all of the characters. So it would just be in black and white and just hand drawn, maybe the hints of color too. So I might do that, and it would be like an early reader or that kind of age range.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's one of those ones where, like, as time goes on, and I obviously like love your aesthetics, so it's not like I'm going, hey, I'm getting Snoozeville over here, but more so of like the challenge with what you do and adapting it, I imagine is always sort of like risky. Or is there an expectation of if you're hiring Elly to do a book, this is what you're going to get. And, or, you know, like that's what people expect of you more so.
Yeah. Like I have to give them what they
Yeah.
expect. I can't just go into I actually that's not true. You know, the book too early.
Mm-hmm.
So that's this one. I don't know if it's going to show up here. This book? Can you see it?
Yep.
Yep. So I did a totally different, not totally different, but a fairly different style. So I still used light, but it was mostly, it was like pretty flat. And I only used pink, yellow, and blue for the whole book.
Yeah, sort of a limited palette.
And some orange. Uh, and they were happy with that. I sent them the idea for it and said I wanted to keep it really loose. So like you can see, I don't know if you can see, but it's a very different style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things of like I always worry a little bit about. I mean, even in my own work of the pigeonhole, and like I just following. Am I following the expectation, or am I reinventing or challenging what people think it could be? And I know that like there you have to kind of split the difference. You can't go and like do something so wildly different that people go, I don't even think this is the same person.
Right.
You gotta
Yeah.
find
You don't
that
want to do
happy
that.
medium. But it's one of those ones where like I always question every book is like, does it say something new? Does it do something that's different when I make the work? And I always think at the beginning that it does. In the end, I don't think it always does. You know, like when I'm starting a project, I'm like, yeah, this is cool. No one's seen this before from me.
Oh,
And then by the end,
really? So like what kind of challenges will you set for yourself so that you're producing something that's different?
Palettes or like design choices or, you know, like character design things. Like the next book that I work on, I want to really like play with potentially some other types of found papers. And
Okay.
I don't use that all that often. And so like I want to figure out how I can integrate those. And but you know, is that different enough? And I don't know. I don't know if it is.
And you really feel like it has to be? Like you're setting that up for yourself?
Yeah, I don't think it has to be. I think it'd be cool if it was.
Yeah.
And it's you know, like I had on Sean Harris way back in the day now, but yeah. I feel like every one of his books is wildly different, and then I don't give myself the freedom to do the same thing. And it's a weird.
But then you have a distinctive style, right? And I like that about yours is that you can look at yours and you know exactly who made it. And whereas if you have an illustrator that's constantly changing their thing, I don't know. I don't know if that's
always good.
If it's better.
I think it's more so like
approach.
The thing that I like about the idea of the variety is the variety aspect. Like the being able to be able to make something that's different and not worry about it being different. And I haven't gotten there yet. Let's put it that way. Yet. That's the this is therapy. Thank you.
I think there's something to be said for slowly working through a style and you develop it. I don't think that it has to be a revolution each time, something that impresses or changes or anything. You're going to create something that's right for the book and follow your instincts. And I think that's what's important.
So let me ask you a couple of big heady questions then.
Okay.
This is heady in the sense of like I'm not sure there's an answer of any sort, but
okay.
What equals success for you?
Like I'm just really happy to be able to do this. Like this is it. To be able to keep doing this is amazing. Right? Like, okay. So
Yeah,
just 1 second.
go ahead.
So I guess because it's not a traditional job, I think you have to think about it differently, right? Like it's not a monetary success thing. It's not, well, for me, it's not like an award type thing. It's like it's it's getting to be creative every day and decide how you want to spend your time. And if you want to go for a walk in the woods, you get to go for a walk in the woods, right? You own your
Yeah.
time, and you own your health then too, right? Like no one's forcing you to sit in front of a computer and or dictating what you do with your day. Like it's the freedom. And
So do you feel like you're successful right now?
yeah, like this is what I want to do, and I get to do it, so that's pretty awesome.
So let me ask the flip side, because that's great that it is that already for you, and it's not like 10 years down the line that's where you make that judgment call. What is something that you would change if you had the option?
About my career?
Yeah, or just like
About life, or
well, about career. I don't mean to get into
Uh,
personal life. Like I don't need you to tell me those details, but more so like if you had to, if you could change one thing about this industry, what do you think that would be?
change one thing about the industry. I guess it would be having security, some security. Yeah.
Meaning like right now, just not knowing where the next contract is or
Right?
who's.
Like
Yeah.
I kind of work in a 2-year cycle, so I've always got to like. Fortunately, Emily's always kept 2 books ahead of me, so I have that security. But I realized that this is a very like fluid industry. Like it doesn't promise you anything.
Yeah. Tomorrow,
Um,
yeah, totally different.
yeah, and you know, I wish I was able to plan, 5 to 10 years out and know
Yeah.
what was, so yeah, I guess security.
That makes sense.
But yeah, I love what I do. I feel like I created this life and it's what I want. So
You go to bed at night happy that you.
yeah.
No, it's especially I and again I've said this before, but I don't think it holds true to everybody, but I do think that the kidlit industry has been more rewarding for me as an industry than some of the other ones I've been parts of.
Oh yeah.
It's
because of the people, or...
Yeah, primarily just the helpful nature, the the support system. Like I've said a couple of times that like not every art industry is as like forgiving. Not that everybody's making mistakes or anything of the sort, but just the idea of people are willing to help each other work through problems a lot more because you have the time potentially on the projects, because you know people are generally like sweet people that love Kidlit.
Yeah.
And so I find it very rewarding. And I know there's nice people in every industry, but I just feel like I have not run into a jerk yet.
Yeah. It's really nice group of people for sure.
I mean, even by doing these gabbing doodles, like we ask people, and I don't think there's anybody that has said like, no, I don't want to do that. there's people who haven't responded. Maybe that's them saying that. But most everybody has been like, yeah, I'll do that. That's cool. And I, especially starting out doing this, I had no concept that people would say yes.
Oh yeah.
Like knowing your work for so long, I'm like, he's gonna say yes, do, and I'm like, yes. I get very excited when we get confirmations from folks, because pretty much everybody we're having on are heroes or like inspiring and whatnot.
Yeah.
So.
I really feel that with this community too. I went to, I think I had mentioned it in Mazza earlier, but for me, it was like going to this summer camp. Like it was like getting to meet all these people that loved the same thing, and then getting just to geek out with them. And it was amazing. It was really amazing. Yeah, I know what you mean.
I mean,
it's a really nice community of people.
I was telling a former student the other day that was interested in getting into business that the thing that they were talking about, like, how do you get an agent? How do you make network sort of, or connections and things of the sort? And I said, one of the things that I found really the best networking was going to conventions. The convention itself was not the networking. It was the after parties. Yeah. It was the going to the bar afterwards. So everybody's like, oh, that was a long day of workshops. And that was my chance to sit down and relax. And you goof around and chat with people on a personal level. And like those are the times where I'm like, that's even more of a fun industry time frame for me.
Yeah, you're inspiring me. I should go out to more things.
You gotta come down to New York. Big old New York City.
New York, yeah.
It's a matter of like, I don't get out enough. I don't do that kind of stuff enough myself. But when I do, it is rewarding. And my wife is she's always like, hey, here's this thing you should do, this class you should take. And
oh wow,
I need to listen.
That's good. So you have time to, like, you're taking classes to learn new skills. I really feel like I want to do that with like some animation programs.
Yeah, I have not taken classes because I'm not I haven't had the time or the mental state, but I should. Let's put it that way. My wife is ahead of the game. She's telling me the things that I should do. She's right pretty much across the board on all of it, but mostly. Yeah, no, like there's things like there's probably some animation stuff that I should take. There's probably some other classes that I should add to my repertoire.
Yeah, it's interesting trying to think about how you fit it in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I should work it into my schedule, like come up with like more of a long-term thing. I always feel like I'm behind on everything. I always feel like I'm playing catch up all the time. So it's hard to think about fitting in like an extra program, but
I have the advantage of being in a school where like I have to kind of keep up to date with everything, but I don't keep up with every single thing that's out there. Like I'm not an expert in all the animation programs of any sort, but I do need to know what is coming and what, in my role. So like I have a sense.
You've got people that know how to use these things, right? That you can call upon.
Yes.
That would be great.
That is a benefit to be able to call them up and go, wait, how do I do this? I'm stuck.
So you're balancing a lot, right? So how many books are you doing a year, and you're teaching?
Probably about a couple of books a year. Teach, and then gallery stuff.
Wait, what do you mean gallery stuff? What are you doing at galleries?
Well, here, I'll show you real quick on the screen. Hold on a second. These are the new ones that I'm making. So I kind of venture into another territory with gallery work, where it's dimensional.
Yeah.
And so these are the starts. I don't know if you can see this on screen here, but these are the starts of robots and aliens.
Wow.
Oh,
cool.
These are all old scrap found wood. Like this is an old bed headboard. It was flat, so it would be up against the wall. but it's like such a good face. And so I'm making these little guys that I show and sell through galleries.
Oh, fun.
And so it's sort of like, it's another realm to play in.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And so, you know, it's inherently, it's still got color, it's still got texture, but it's dimensional in some sense. But it's just, there's lots of odds and ends like that. The teaching takes up a lot of time, but yeah, about 2 books a year, roughly, somewhere in that range. Maybe 3, or like, you know, 5 books in 2 years.
That seems like a very heavy schedule.
It is, but you know, again, I do think that there is a way to balance it all. I have made rules. I don't know if you have the same thing, but I made rules about like certain days I can't work. Like I used to do weekends.
Oh yeah.
Weekends are off limits now.
Yeah, I don't do weekends.
I do weekends if the deadline is getting way too close.
Right. Yeah, my husband used to take our kids up to see his parents whenever I had like the deadline was the Monday, just so that I could really, really focus, and it was really helpful.
The last book I handed in, they made the deadline Saturday, which I'm like, what? I think they just chose a date, and I think they got the date wrong.
Randomly.
Yeah. It's like, you're not even in on Saturday.
Yeah, that's odd.
Yeah. I handed it in to him a week early, which I was happy with.
Makes them happy.
But it was one of those things I'm like, did they mean to do Saturday? Because that's a weird choice.
Very odd.
There's someone's in the office just waiting to see if it comes in. He did pull through. I can't believe it. Have you ever missed a deadline?
I missed a deadline during the pandemic. Yep. I had both kids home, and it was just but I mean, I got it in the following week, but yeah, I let them know in advance that it was just not going to happen. And I think so long as they know beforehand, then and it was also the pandemic.
Yeah, everybody was screwed up time-wise at that point. I mean, even just like a week is not even that horrific. Like it's a week they can easily manage. I learned very a rough lesson at one point wherein my thought of what I could get away with for like deadlines. I was thinking like there was supposed to. I was working on 2 books at once.
Oh yeah,
which was challenging, and then I was so stressed out. I started having sort of not an ulcer, but stomach issues, like chest pains because of it. And I was just like super stressed. And I wrote my agent saying, "Hey, I'm going to need some extra time. I'm so stressed. I won't make this deadline." And then she comes back and says, "Yeah, they gave you an extra month."
Oh, wow.
All I needed was an extra day. Wow. I was so stressed about it. And so like when they came back with a month, I'm like, oh. Yeah. And now I know that I can like not necessarily push that level, but it's it's it.
Well, I've definitely been given other time when things have come up. So yeah, they're good.
When you were in school, were you a good student?
I was a
Was on time? You showed up every day?
Showed up every day. I did my work and got my straight A's and yep.
You got straight A's all the way through?
Yeah, until in university I started dating Simon and I took Spanish class. I got my first B.
Oh.
I know. It was a little bit of a freak out.
Wait, did you take the Spanish class because of time?
Sorry?
Did you take it because of, you said Simon?
Simon, no. I was just taking it for fun. Oh, I've got Siri talking to me now.
Oh, because of Simon. Like, what did we say? Yeah, I didn't know if it was a secret, like, ooh, I'm taking this class because of.
No, I just thought it would be fun. And I was a terrible Spanish student, and can't speak it. My kids are both good at speaking French. They both went through the French immersion program, and I wish I'd done French immersion. I think it's such an amazing opportunity.
So I went over to France for a Domestica course, and when I did it, I was originally like thinking I'm not going to understand this language at all, and I had taken some little like app things to try to learn some French, and I didn't understand most of it on the app. But when I did go to a grocery store, I was trying to see what ingredients were in something.
Yeah.
Like some of it did connect in a way where I could sit there and go like, oh, I know what they're talking about.
That's good.
And so
Yeah.
that immersion thing is like, that can work in your favor.
Yeah. I hope that my kids will do an exchange or something. I would like to push that. My one of my closest friends, she speaks multiple languages, and I think it's incredible. I don't have a mind for it, for sure.
Jealous.
Yeah.
My wife is good with language. She's good with like tone, and she's good with accents. And I am horrible at all of those things. Or she can like imitate people, or like not accents in the sense of like imitating a famous person, but like you ask her to like to imitate the like tone or the cadence of someone's speech, and she's pretty good about that. But she's not perfect. Don't get me wrong. She's got her own issues. I am not adept with language. It's one of those skills.
Have you had your books translated?
Yeah.
Do you just illustrate, or you have written some too? I wrote
2 early on.
Okay.
And I'm still trying to convince my agent that some of the other writing that I have is good, but she understands and she knows that maybe it's not always good. There are challenges there. Some of the books that I've done have been translated to different languages. The first book I worked on was translated to Korean.
Oh, nice.
Which was cool because it came with this little I'll show you. Like when they get translated, it's fun.
Yeah.
But this one I like because it's such a stupid little thing. Let's see if I can find this here real quick. Is that it? Nope, there it is. I did some of the Little People, Big Dreams books.
Oh, yeah.
You know that series? And that one's been translated at least like 10 different times.
Oh, amazing.
But this is You Can Read, my first book. And
I love that little paper part that goes across the Korean books.
They did spot gloss on it that they didn't do on the original.
Wow.
And then it's got that little band. I have no idea what it says, but that little band to me is so much fun. And then like even in here, I put a bunch of fake titles on books that they went and changed to the entirety of the thing, and it's like that.
Oh, nice.
That little band that goes around is the most exciting thing to me. But have you had translations?
Yeah, also Korean, some Turkish and Mandarin, and Dutch, French. But yeah, I always wonder. I wish I could read them, because you wonder how it translates.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's my favorite book this year that I've collected is a book called John the Skeleton. John the Skeleton. And it was, my wife found this list that was like weird, or some of the most unconventional illustration books.
Yeah.
And it's I think Estonian. And my agent,
I don't know if I've ever seen any Estonian books. Like I try to look at books that are being published in other places,
Yeah.
but
I found that I'm leaning more and more Eastern European books. I think they're like, there's something really weird and eccentric with them. I'm trying to see if I can find the book so I can show you. It's in my bookcase here somewhere. Ooh, this is not. It's not organized well, so it may be in a totally wrong spot. But one of the things that I like about it is the way that it's written. And then my agent, I was talking to her about it, and she goes, she didn't know if it was the way that it was written originally or if it's the translation.
oh,
So,
right.
like, and I was thinking at first, I was like, what do you mean? Isn't it just a translation? Wouldn't it be the exact same? And instead, what she said was that, you know, someone has to translate it, and the tone might change in the process. Yeah, I can't find it right now. It's in here somewhere. But it's like it's just the way the wording is so clever, and you know, does that translate from the original? I have no idea, but it's so good. And then it's that same thing. Like, I don't know how my books, the ones that have been translated, actually translate over time. They could be awful.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm always curious. I've got a sister-in-law who can read the Chinese she can read the Chinese, and so I let her read it, and I was curious. She didn't say that it was any different. She's just like, yep. So I guess it's pretty much the same, but yeah.
Did now when
Actually, you know, I had a book that was written in rhyme, and somehow it was translated into Korean. So they must have, I don't know if they made it rhyme in Korean or quite what they did.
That's this You Can Read book, the one that I showed with that little band, same thing, all rhyming. And I haven't the slightest. One of the ones that see if I can find this one that's also interesting, and it's a way that they translate. I'll have to double check. I was gonna ask, when you get the translated version, do you know that it's coming in, or does it just show up?
Yeah, it just shows up.
Yeah, because that's also very frustrating. It shows up on my door. I open up the package, and then it's this mad scramble to go, what country?
Right. Yeah.
And you have to like type in. You're like, or if it's in like some Cyrillic, you know, font, you're like, how do I get these letter forms? This one was one of the Little People Big Dreams.
Oh, it's beautiful.
But it has this little like pen symbol on it.
Oh.
And then when you flip it open, it has, on every page, it has these little symbols. And I was like, what are these symbols? And I think you can use a little stylus and click them, and it will read it to you. It will translate it into English.
Oh, that's so neat.
Test it, and so like it's on every page. But I didn't know what that meant. I still don't know 100% that's what it is. But there's a little symbol that sort of shows it, and it's like, that's awesome. They went through and did that little addition to it, because I never would have expected it to come out that way.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a really neat little addition. And like, didn't you love those books where you could kind of like ping to the next when you were a kid? So it's kind of got that same flavor in a way.
Brings us back to the slideshows back in the day. Or like the movie where it beep, and then you like flip to the next slide. And antiquated, for those out there that have no idea what I'm talking about. A very antiquated thing. I assume that we're relatively, since you showed books that were in the 80s.
Well, I'm 42.
Okay, so
no, 43.
I'm older than you, so I'm up in my 47s, 48s. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. But we both grew up in a time wherein they had overhead projectors that had transparencies and slideshows and films that they would actually show in school. Real, I don't know, maybe not for you, but at least for me, real films. They had to get out the reel-to-reel and play with.
I want to get myself an overhead projector. I've been
Like
looking for
one
one.
of the old school ones.
Yeah.
I guess it would for production's sake or for just for fun.
For fun, and I just think it would be useful. I don't know, just to have.
I could see it definitely for like interesting lighting situations too, and to project.
Yeah.
I mean, you could project things onto your scenes if you wanted to.
Oh, that's true.
Like different colors or like shadows being cast across things. Interesting ways.
Yep.
Yeah, there's
I guess I could use a data projector for that too.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, you don't need to hunt down the old the old-fashioned thing, but same concept though.
Yeah.
Did so I know I asked about,
sorry?
I know I asked about media and stuff that you took in, and one of the questions I've asked, I think the last three people I've had on, and I'm going to ask you too, and you can say no to answering this of some sort, but the last three people I've had on, somehow we got on a conversation about cartoons, and then or crushes, and then I've asked who is your cartoon crush back in the day? Did you have anybody you were like that?
Cartoon crush. Well, I don't know crush, but I really liked Astro Boy because we didn't have so we lived out in the country and we only got TVO, which is TV Ontario. For a while we didn't have a TV. So
okay.
Yeah, so I'm not probably the prime person to ask about pop culture stuff. Like I always felt like I kind of didn't know all of the stuff that people were talking about at school.
Everybody's talking about all these cool things that happen. You're left out of the equation.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, I think I'm done setting this one up too. I think I might call it a night, Mark. I'm gonna, what I'll do is I'll photograph these two scenes and then tomorrow I'll post them on Instagram so you can see what they actually photograph like in the daytime. And I'll tag you in it so you can see them.
I would love to see. Here, hold on one second. Lauren, my power was not connected. Okay, it should come back in just a second if it hasn't already. There we go. Okay, my phone, the power connector is funky, so it just went blurry for a minute. Yeah, I would love to see the like finished watching.
Yeah, your slug is looking great.
It's getting there. It's getting there. I'm trying to question one of the challenges I do, and you can help me with this. Let me zoom out a little bit. I'm trying to be mindful that I don't stack too much. Like I want to, like type could go here, and maybe some like other little odds and ends, but I don't want to put too much in.
Yeah.
Is there?
I know. As soon as you've got the text, right, it really fills everything up, and then you don't have the white space to let your eye.
Yeah.
Just sit.
So I'm making a bath over here, and maybe there'll be a little curtain that hangs down.
Yep, that would be.
And maybe a little
nice.
bath rug, and that may be it.
So this is a window to the left. Is that right?
Yeah,
or you're just leaving it as an area for text, thinking
I was thinking about putting a little sill around it, but leaving it white so type could fit there. So it's sort of a negative space.
Cool.
But yeah, we'll figure it out. But is there anything that you think it needs, like that I need to add in for a bathroom space?
Yeah. I guess they don't have teeth, so no toothbrush, right?
No, they do have teeth.
I think,
or something. Yeah, some of them have something similar, so I can put a little like cup with a little toothbrush in it.
Yeah,
they have something. I've seen an image of a slug eating and a snail eating, and they have something that looks teeth-like. Whether they're actual teeth, I don't know. But that's okay. I can put that in.
Yeah.
I think there's anything.
Maybe you could have a basket on the floor, but it's not necessary. I like it just the way it is.
Okay. Yeah. I'll put a little subtle shower curtain.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And then a little rug and call it at that. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
We'll get there. Now, here's, how you mentioned about like the scissors and the clunky scissors. I'll tell you this. that edge where it comes up to a sharp corner on the top of the slug, that's
Yep.
because I cut it one section and I was like, that's good enough. Whereas slugs shouldn't probably have that hard edge, that straight edge, but I liked
I
it.
think it's kind of nice because it reminds you that they are usually stuck against something,
Mm-hmm.
right? It would look weird if it didn't have that.
Yeah, got
Yeah.
a flat surface.
Yeah.
Oh, I should put slime on the ground too.
Oh, that would be very nice detail.
Yeah.
Yes.
A little bit of slime somewhere. Okay.
Slime somewhere.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna switch my camera down so I can do an official send off. Whoa, there we go. Uh-oh.
Oh, hold on, I'll grab.
Yeah, you don't have to. I just. There we go. Get that guy. And you can see I'm still here. I'm still a person. So I will say thank you so much for not only showing us how you work, but you gave us like a tour of your studio, your family history, all the artwork that's there in your space.
Yeah.
It was really wonderful to chat with you tonight.
Yeah, you too. Really nice meeting you, Mark.
I'm glad that we got to do this, and I appreciate you putting up with the delay.
Oh yeah, no, I don't hear it. It's on the delay.
Oh, I meant my cold.
The visual.
I meant my
Oh,
cold
you're
delay.
cold.
The delay in which we were able to do
Yeah,
this.
well, I'm just glad you're feeling better.
Yes.
Your whole family's feeling better.
Yeah.
That's good.
It was a rough couple of weeks. Let's put it that way. But this has been wonderful, and I would love to at some point, if we're ever in the same space, if you ever are down this way at Society or something like that, I'm there.
Yeah.
I'll buy you a drink.
And if you ever make it up to Toronto or even further,
Mm-hmm.
explore the Bruce Peninsula.
And well,
Bye.
when you say the sound,
Sound?
is it sound like you're
It's
on
a
the
bay.
water?
Yeah, Georgian Bay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you go have a
Great.
lovely evening. I appreciate it.
You too.
All right, bye. All right, folks. Oh, now it's just me. I'll just see this as I came in on the end. Oh no, veg. Oh yeah. This is so anybody that's watching right now, that's going what's going on or is coming in at this point. This will be posted here in probably another. Might be able to get this one done sooner. I'm hoping. Maybe another half hour to an hour, somewhere in that range, before midnight. It'll be posted. And then as well on my feed, and then as well I posted it on YouTube over the next coming days. So you'll be able to see all this. But I'm going to keep working, so I'm going to switch back down to my other shot here, do a little flipperoo. Look at this seal that I found in a sketchbook. I love this seal. There's another seal next to it. Ignore that seal. But this seal is really fun. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to flip back down. And then one thing that my wife, I know, said, and this is one of the reasons why I'm making this piece, is not just because I want to draw a slug, but in the past in the summers, every once in a while during the winters, I do some mentoring of folks. And so I'm making a piece that sort of talks about like seeing your work for the better. So it's not really a like, hey, here's a slug mentoring another slug, but sort of a slug dreaming about becoming better and being the number one racer or what have you. And so that's where this is sort of stemming, and I'll make a little post that says that. But if there are people out there who are watching who are interested in any way in doing a mentorship with me, being a mentee, and I am the mentor, shoot me a DM. I have room for maybe a couple over the break. And I say break, my break is from starting basically next Wednesday all the way through until January like 15th, 16th, somewhere in there. And so if you're interested in doing Kidlit and you want a portfolio review, or you want to sort of converse about agents and like how you get an agent, or what have you, or you're looking for assignments or those kinds of things, all you got to do, I'm just looking at the comments there. All you got to do is just DM me and I can relay pricing and that kind of stuff. I do a tiered pricing where it's the more sessions you have, the cheaper it is. Pretty straightforward. But again, if you are interested, no pressure. But I will probably be doing that over the summer too, on a much more extensive basis. Yeah, oh, my wife's talking to someone about YouTube. Okay, let me make some. I was thinking about that yellow that's there, and I got out a piece to make that, which is this little scrap. So what I might do is make. Oh, I don't want it to look like pee. Maybe the shower curtain could be yellow. I was gonna do something like this clawfoot tub here. Needs some work, and it's the one challenge is getting white on these transparent papers. If it's not, you can see through it quite often, so I have to stack it a little bit more, paint it to be a little bit more white, and then the background is also not the most pink sort of colorings. So I might actually come back in and sort of like align it just a little with a slight tint to make that white stand out a little bit more. My wife is also saying yes that we should promote not Gavin Doodle, Game and Doodle. So here's the lineup for the month. On Thursday, I just totally blanked. Lauren, Thursday. I think she's listening. I don't have it up in front of me. Cecilia Ruiz. Is there someone next Tuesday? Yeah. Is there someone next Tuesday?
Yes. It's
There is, right? Yeah. Because there's like 4 we're doing in 2 weeks. I'm like.
Next Tuesday is Meg Hunt.
Oh, Meg Hunt. That's the other one that we're making up for. I knew there was someone else we were making up for. So Cecilia Ruiz is next, which is on Thursday. Tuesday of next week is Meg Hunt. Thursday of next week is what we call Game and Doodle, where there's 3 other people, which includes Kim Smith, Jared Chapman, and Nina Mata. And so it's a star-studded month. There's more people on in this month than have been on in any other month, I think, so far, which is ridiculous. I got the dates all mixed up in my head. The biggest star of all is what?
Is your guest host.
Oh, is my guest host. Yes, my wife said the biggest. Hold on, I'm tearing a piece of paper. The biggest star of all is my guest host, who is this lovely lady by the name of Mrs. Hoffy, if that gives any clue as to who she is. She's the real brains of the operation, and she's the one that keeps things afloat around here. She's the one that reins me in when I get a little wild. She's the one who puts up with me when I get a little wild. She's the one who says, hey, you got to do this and that and this and that. You know, like I said, she keeps me in check. So she will be hosting. She's got a microphone and everything. And so there's games that I don't even know 100% what we're doing until it's in front of us. And then all of a sudden I have to participate and make things just like everybody else without any previous knowledge as to what they are. So it should be interesting. And none of the other guests have done the Game and Doodle before. So it's, I've done it before, so I have a sense of what might happen, but not all of it. So it's all art and drawing games and things of the sort. So if you have interest, tune in. That's on the 19th. But don't forget, Cecilia Ruiz is this upcoming Thursday. I just really, for a minute there, I thought it was Thursday. I was like, what just happened? And then the following, do I want to do a rug yellow? If I cut a little like fuzzy edge, maybe I could get away with that, especially if it's not like, maybe it's that edge. Could be kind of fun. You can probably do that, and then put some little striping or something on it. I'll do that. And then Meg Hunt on Tuesday, and like this was the makeup for me being sick originally. This Meg Hunt's is for the makeup for them being sick. What do you think of that? Ooh, Teacher Marin came through with an idea about what we can do on Game and Doodle. I'm scared. I don't like this planning behind the scenes. You're gonna try to trick me into something that I don't know if I like. Let's see, that'll be my curtain. That sort of color. Okay. So what I gotta do is make a little wavy at the bottom. Make a little wavy at the bottom. There's my little wavy at the bottom. I don't know if I like the, here we'll do this. All the way down. Perfect. Okay. All the times I've teased you on it. What are you talking about, teased you? I've never teased you on here. I've only treated you with kindness and fairness. Ooh, wait a second. Maybe I don't need to go all the way up. Oh, that's what I do. I cut it off like right here. And then I can put the little rings and a little like thing up there. And then that'll be it. Oh, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. My wife thinks that I tease her on here. She's a little liar. Okay, folks. Now's the time. Now's the time. You can ask questions. Ask me a question. What do you want to know? I'll answer anything. Anything and everything. Do you want to know how my wife broke the 3D printer today? Sure, I'll tell you. She doesn't want people. It's okay. Here's the problem, everybody. You know that little port on your phone where the plug goes in? Well, guess what? On mine, and I just changed it to a warm color. Wait, no. That's going. What am I hitting here? Let me add. There we go. I want it to be cold. There we go. The little port where I plug that in keeps bouncing. It's one of those ones where like there may be some lint in there that's causing a problem or whatever. I got to figure it out. Teacher Marin, wait. Do you want to know how Mark put the 3D printer nozzle in wrong? I didn't put it in wrong. It's the clip, the aluminum clip. Oh, well, you did break it. No, it's they made a part on it. Bamboo, if you're listening, Bamboo Labs. The part that you clip in, I forget what it's called, where you clip in the nozzle, the printer, the print head in there. Don't make that out of aluminum because when I had to adjust something, it snapped and broke, and now I gotta go replace a part. But it's manageable. We'll get there. Anyways, Teacher Marion, you say, do you go into your process knowing where your light source is? Uh, I don't really do light source for the most part on a lot of my work because it's more like design oriented and not really like painterly in the sense of like, I will probably put like a couple little shadows underneath here just to imply that there's some dimension, but the equivalent of like I did on the underside of the stool, but it doesn't make any sense. Like two of these legs, one of these legs should also be dark if it's back there, but it's not. So I don't play by the man's rules when it comes to that kind of stuff. No, I just sort of goof around, and if there's something that needs a distinct light source, I will put it in there. But once the challenge for me is when I'm doing all of this, especially with collage, once I start adding a very harsh light source, then everything has to be lit that way. Colors change. Like it's not as simple as just putting in a shadow and saying, here's a dark thing that is being cast from it. Its light is going to be affected in a whole different way. If light is bouncing off of something and creating a secondary light source, if it's, there's lots of things to play with. So I generally don't put light sources into my work. I mean, I hint at them. Let's put it away. That's the best way I can put it. I hint at them, but it's not a absolute must have. I'd rather play like designy with the shapes. Like technically, a slug would have like a different underbelly and things, but like to me, just those lines kind of imply that there's something there. I don't know if that answers your question, but to answer my question, now if you want me to, like, do I know how to do light sources? Yes, that's a different story. That's what I used to do all the time, was be really like amped up about that stuff, but it's just not my cup of tea at this point in my career. Thanks, Lauren. You like the lines on the body? I like the lines too. Originally, I was thinking I was going to do more of like a peplum sort of thing, but I like the way the lines just kind of imply without necessarily without making a big deal out of it. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make that bathroom rug. And yes, I know it's yellow, and I know it's not PP. Not PP, Lauren. I'm gonna do this. I was gonna put a little yellow rug right here. So now what I'm gonna do is to give it that frilly edge. I could either do one of two things. I could take a little bit of paint and just go blip, 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 which is maybe the better way to do it. I was thinking I could cut it, but I like the idea of just putting the little blip, blip, blips. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna stick it down. For everybody that's watching the beginning, I'm getting to the point where my fingers are getting a little too sticky. They're causing problems. Okay, so now we'll get this down here like this. Ready? Yes. Smash it down. Smash it down. Smash. Hulk smash. I can even make gluing exciting with sound effects. Zoom! Watch this, ready, Lauren. Watch this, ready. Chugga, 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 chugga. Glue, glue. Do you like that, Lauren? Chugga, 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 chugga. Glue, glue. So I'm going to add these little, like, I don't know, what do you want to call these? Frill? Tassels? Not tassels, that sounds, I don't like that. You know what they are. Rug bits. Fringe. There we go. Thank you, Lauren. I don't live in that world where I know such things. The CEO of Bed Bath and Beyond just saw that and said, just cried because I didn't know the word fringe. Why do I sound? I can hear that upstairs, and it sounds like there's a weird like echo on it. Echo. Do you have it going on 2 devices? That my wife loves me so much that she has to watch me on 2 devices. One isn't even good enough. He's like, I need more of this man. Can you all believe that this old slug bug here? Ooh, a slug. I didn't even think about that. I was gonna say me. Slug bug found someone that actually like said yes to marriage. Someone looked at me and said, "Yeah, it's worth trying." And has stayed married to me. Ugh, talk about bad decisions. Yeah. Well, she's trapped now. I guess everybody in their life has a point where they just give up, you know? Hers was when I proposed. She said, "It's only downhill from here, so I might as well jump on that train." Yep, settle for that. So what questions do people have? Come on, folks. I believe in you all. You can do it. You know what kind of marker this is? This is a chalk marker. Get a load of that. It's not even a Posca acrylic paint marker. It's a chalk marker. Did you know they made such things? I did. Why do I know that? Because I'm cool. Say it again, Mark. Because I'm cool. Say it one more time for those in the back. Because I'm cool. What? I'm getting punched. I think I'm getting fuzzy. I'm like, oh no, it's doing it again. No! No way! You get that reference? No way! There's gonna be my little curtain holder there. Curtain holder. Who's got a curtain holder? I do. Okay. Round it up. How do I decide my color palette? Good question, Teacher Mary. It's been a long time since I've talked about color palette selection on here. I'll go through my standard protocol, and then you can say, oh, let me get this glued down and take care of one little thing, and then I'll do all of that on a separate piece of paper for you, and it will all make sense. Let me just do that, and then I'm going to paint the little rings. That's the only other thing I got to do, but that's just getting a little bit of paint on a little dealy here and just going like this. Little rings that go around this thing. Little rings that hold it to the curtain rod. There's one. There's two. There's three. Three little curtain rings. Okay, here's the color one. Let me get this out of the way for a second. Do I have scrap here that I can work on? There is. Okay, so generally, this is how I operate. Let me grab a good marker. This is how we do it. Does this one work? Oh, it stinks. Let's get rid of that one. Let's do a different one. How about we work with... Ooh, is this one a good one? Uh-oh. That one's dry. I didn't get that one activated. Let's try this color then. Perfect. Oh, this one. This is a weird color. I don't use this all the time. Oh, in fact, I haven't used it yet. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get something that people can see easy. I'm making it hard on myself. This one? Oh, this one will work. Okay, here we go. Color palette. So, rule of thumb. Most people say, like, there's some people out there that do a red, yellow, blue, black, and white, right? And the idea is that you can mix all these things together, red and yellow, make orange, red and blue, make purple, and yellow and blue make green, right? And then you have your black and your white, and you can add and do all that stuff to use. This is boring to me. I build off of that, and what I say is, if you're going to take something like a red, don't just use a pure red. Find a red that is interesting. Find a red that challenges other colors. So like if I go pick a red, I could go and just take a standard, like here's a pretty standard red, right? This is cadmium-free red medium. But what also could be a red is this fluorescent opera pink. What also could be a red is this cadmium-free red light. What also could be a red is this cadmium-free red deep. What also could be a red could be burnt sienna. What also could be a red is even, and this sounds crazy, but something like this fluorescent violet. Those are all in the red realm, right? And so I might say, okay, let's go take something like this fluorescent violet. And even though it's not a pure red, it is reddish, right? If I compare that to something like this brilliant purple, this is warmer, right? So that becomes my red. Now I'm gonna go pick yellows. Great, I can go pick a variety of different yellows that get me different things, different tones, different colors, etc., right? They're all on that yellow side. One of them is more orange, one's more on the earthy side, one's a little bit more pure yellow, one's more fluorescent, etc. So I'm going to go pick something that is like, let's say I pick something that's maybe a little more neutral right there, right? Now, blues. Again, purples can be blues, but let's say I pick something that's like, let's say this. That's a good one. That is, in this case, it is bright aqua green. It says green, but that's actually on the blue side. So I have these colors. Now, when I mix this, in fact, I'll do a little sample of it. If I mix this bright aqua green and I mix yellow oxide, which I actually have I'll use the tube that's already open right here. And I mix those together. I just do it with my hand. I'm going to get green, right? It's not going to be a bright, vibrant green. It's not going to be a green that is that the most perfect, like natural green that you'd get out of a tube, but I'm going to get some interesting colors out of it. All right. Now, let's say I want to mix in orange. Well, ooh, this is going to be interesting. I don't have a pure red. I have this, I'll get a little bit there. There we go. I have this fluorescent violet. Now when I put my yellow down and I come back and take that violet, and I'm going to put it in there. I'm going to put just a tiny little bit in. It starts to lean a little reddish, right? So again, not pure red, but is red-ish. Same thing. If I take, what's the ones I haven't done? Oh, the purple and the blue. Let's put that in there. A little touch of that purple in the mix. That's too much of that purple. But I put it in there. That is not purple in the middle. It's this weird sort of gray color. And you might be saying like, oh, well, how am I going to get my brights? How am I going to get my lights? How am I going to get my darks, etc.? This is where we add in something that is like a lightning color, but is maybe not pure white, so like an unbleached titanium. So if I come in here and I use this, ooh, that one's not. Oh, let's go throw this one in the mix. Again, I'm just using my fingers here, so bear with it. But if I come in here and I put this on top of that green, I'm going to get a lighter version of that green. Same thing if I come in and I do that on top of the reds, I'm going to get a lighter version of those reds. I sort of lost them in the process there, but I'm going to get a lighter version of those. Same thing with this sort of what should be technically a purple in the middle. It's going to have a lighter version of that, but it's not going to be pure white. It's not going to chalk it out in the same way. I don't have enough of that blue down. So I'm using something to lighten. I can use something to darken as well. Again, I could use pure black, but I could also come in and use something like, what's this? Burnt umber. Or I could use something like a, what's this one? This is phthalo blue green shade. That could be essentially a darkening color. And because I'm using that to darken all of these, it's going to be consistent across the board. So instead, what I end up doing is I have a red hue of some sort. I have a blue hue of some sort. I have a yellow, there we go, hue of some sort. I have a dark, I have a light, and then I have a thing that I call a focus. And so that focus is a color that is wildly different. So if I have this palette, I might say like, that's my focus color, this green. And that green is meant to be something that's jarringly different than everything else that I have. And the idea of that is it's going to draw your attention because it clashes. And so that's where I want the eye to go. Now, it doesn't have to be as distinct as that. But what I do is, let's say my red and my yellow don't make, like, is that orange that we're looking at there? That is not orange of any sort. But in comparison to everything else that's in the scene, because it's a limited palette, that is going to read more orange by comparison. So if it's next to these other things, it will start to venture into that sort of orange range. And so you end up building these palettes that are planned in a way ahead of time to challenge your perception of what those colors are. The other thing too is to start to look at it and go, does water have to be blue? Can it be green? Can it be purple? Can it be whatever? If the sky, can the sky be pink and it still makes sense? And so like if I look at something like the piece that I'm working on right now, oops, let me just get rid of that because I don't need that anymore. I want to make sure that like the thing that jumps out, the thing that I'm only using in a couple instances is this yellow. You know, the rug is just there as, to me, as a an extra color. It's a fun thing. What I call bookending colors. If I'm going to use a yellow here, I need to use a yellow there, or I need to use yellow somewhere else in this piece. So I put it on those rings and things of the sort. But this yellow is a little bit more pronounced. I might actually come back and make that yellow a little bit more saturated, just in general. I think maybe it lost a little bit of its saturation, so I might come back in and like punch it up a touch so it really does sort of like pop a little bit more. than some of the other yellows that are in the piece. So just to draw your eye towards it. So it's distinct that is a important color that's in there. So what I might do is just, that little touch of yellow. Maybe I'll come down here and take the same marker and just add some little like yellow striping of some sort, just so, again, bookending, so it's not just that one spot that has that yellow. But the reason why I changed that yellow up top is I want to make sure it's vibrant enough and challenges the other colors around it, so you see it essentially. And so I'll come back in and I'll add these little yellow stripes in here relatively simply and easily. But that idea of like the colors don't have to be pure. And so every time I see students going and saying like, I'm going to work with just pure red, like cadmium red, phthalo blue, and cadmium yellow, that they're going to end up with a sort of like, not necessarily rudimentary, but it's probably going to be a pretty standard palette. Whereas I think if you come in ahead of time and you choose a palette that is intentionally sort of wild or different, might be beneficial for the piece. Again, the other thing too is just picking and choosing where you use those colors is a huge element. And so you're not just putting down any old color anywhere. You're choosing to make things colors that are a little bit more challenging or different or what have you. Okay, so I need to make a little toothbrush. So like the toothbrush might be a little yellow bit of the toothbrush itself yellow with little white bristles. But I need to make a little cup first. And so now it becomes a question of like what color makes sense for a little cup, and it depends on where it's placed. So like if it's on this side, I can probably get away with a little thing like this. Put that over here. It's just sitting on the edge. Maybe a little bit narrower if I can get it right there. I'll put a little toothbrush in there. It's a question of should it be on that edge, should it be on that edge? If we put it over here, I would choose a different color. And the reason I would choose a different color is it's so close to the color of the slug on that side. So it's a question of like, do I want to do, maybe I'll choose, what about this? Would this work? Let's see. I kind of like it on the right side here, honestly. Is that too purple? Should it be toned down a touch? Should it be, ooh, wait. That's a better color right there. I see it. Don't even joke around. Here we go. Here's the cup. It's this color right there. It's a little bit warmer than everything else that's in here. It's almost venturing into the territory of that stool there. Teacher Maren, not a problem. Color theory, I think color theory is funky. The color wheel, I think, is fake. I know they teach it because it's an easy teaching method, but color doesn't work in a wheel. It works on wavelengths. It works on a line. And so if you're expecting color to work in a lovely manner by having a color wheel, good luck, because I don't think it's actually going to do that for you. And then a lot of it is balance too, figuring out balance of what colors are the best to get the balance that you want. I think color for the most part is done through proportion. Here's a little toothbrush. What I might do is make it little black bristles so it looks kind of funny that it has gross black lines coming out of it. I also don't know if white is going to show up there. I can try white and see, but it may not be as noticeable. Where's my little white? Oh, I gotta wait for it to dry. I might actually make the mouth on these maybe a little more pronounced even, so they could curl down a little bit more and curl up a little bit more. One's sad, one's happy. Both of them feeling crappy. Hey, hey, hey. Let's see. Will this show up? It might, actually. Okay. There we go. It's subtle. So put a little couple of highlights in there. Maybe a highlight there. Little subtle things. And then I was going to put a little slime. Slime time. Done. I have a scrap here I was going to use. Trying to decide how should I do this. So one of the ways I could do this is getting a brush out, taking a little bit of white paint, not a lot. Since this is the originating color of that floor, I'll come in and like tint it this way, and then even throw in just a touch of the pink. So it has a little hint of like the colors that came before it. They're coming from that slug. So it's not just pure white that's down there. I should be able to get some that's slug adjacent. And so I'm going to just get a little bit of these colors in the mix. Get a lot of that off the brush and let it sort of blend in here. There's a little bit of that yellow in there. Just a tiny touch. So now when I set that down there, it will feel somewhat adjacent. I need to let this dry. I may put a few more little spots and things, and I have to color pencil and whatnot. Oh, and I was going to do a little trim around this, and then what I might do is also a little touch on these lights so that they're dealt with there a little bit. Not super keen on that. I think maybe it went a little dark, and so what I'm going to do is try to soften it with an eraser. So it still sort of hints at a little shadow that's there without necessarily doing it perfectly. There we go. That's going to be good. Little tweak. That one. There we go. Soften it up. Little tweak there. Okay. We're getting there. Okay, where is that slime? Slime time. So let's do this. I'm going to make that a little wavy. And I'll put some highlights on it. So this little, like, not much, but just a little bit underneath on where he came up to. Okay. Something like this. I'm going to paste that down right about there. And I don't even mind, like right now you can see a little hint of the tiles through it, which is kind of actually good in a case like this. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here with a little white Posca. Add some little hints of the slime That's there underneath. Okay, let's make this brush here maybe a little bit more. Pronounced there. Maybe a few little bubbles in the water. Feel them that are clinging over the edge. There we go. Okay. We are getting there, folks. I go touch up a couple of little spots here, like there's a little trim that's showing up on the top of those that I don't particularly like. Of just like the paint didn't get close enough. This guy up here, let's see if we can erase that out a little bit better there, that edge. A little bit better. There we go. And then, now we're going to come in and we're going to color. Who's ready for some color? Color on that. Put some yellow tones on the underside there. I do like this this guy, but I do want a little shift. I can get a color that works right here. There we go. There's a couple lines in there that help. Oh, I still need to do the trim on the window. Do I want to do? Ooh, we're getting close on time, baby. Ooh, baby. I wonder if I were to do this. Let's see what happens. Just out of curiosity. I would take this guy right now, the way that it's sitting. Bring it down here. Cut it that way. Bring it across this way. Cut it that way. Just want to see what it looks like. I did this. Is it too much? Is it too dark? It's not awful. I think it's a little dark on this part. But I like this. I like this chunk up here. So maybe what I do, trim this, stick this one down, come back to the other edge. So it's just got a little windowsill. Doesn't have to be much. I think the other one just got too dark, and so it was bringing too much of a emphasis to that one edge, which I didn't particularly like. I'll do this all. Stick this guy here. Perfect. Flip it this way, and then I will take that scrap. If I cut that same edge on here, I might have to double it up. We'll see. May not be long enough is the question. Put it there. Yeah, see, it's not long enough. I mean, I could always trim this board just tiny bit, but so I get that little trimmed edge there. So like this. So close. I'm gonna double that corner up. And then what I'll do is, because I know it should match, by definition, it should match. What I'm going to do is take one more little strip, about the same size, and just flip it. Now if I flip it, it should be a relatively close match colorwise. Yes. There we go. Much longer than I need, but a little bit of glue there. There we go. This is like one of those SNL skits where Jimmy Fallon as Mick Jagger is talking to Mick Jagger in the mirror. Or those, I don't know. A couple things like that. Let's get, what are the other colors I had here? I had this one, but that one's, I don't know if that one's the right, well, that one can work. A couple little spots in here, just to vary it up just a touch. And then let's get in there with the too dark. Way too dark. Okay, let's get a softer pink. Get a little touch there. Ooh, I need shadows. Let's get some shadows. This is the color to do the shadows, so. Like I said, these are not meant to be super distinct shadows. These are just something that implies grounding. Is the better way to look at it. They're just implied with some sort of touch. Okay, there's that. Let's get in here. Let's add there. This is where I come in and start punching colors in fun ways. Like the more I can get these. In here, interesting manners. Let's grab that yellow again. In fact, I'm gonna see if I can soften that just a touch. Okay. And then I do want to put a stronger edge of slime running along this. There we go. So it looks a little extra slimy. Slime time. Yeah. Okay. Let's see, are there other little touches I would like to make? This is where things start to, it's the part of the night where the glue is, if it wasn't stuck down properly, it catches an edge and then all of a sudden pops up. And so it's time to go check those edges. Get it stuck down as best as possible. Okay. Other little touches. Da, 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 da. Let's get touch there, stuff like that. Let's get these guys. There. Let's see. The only other thing I can see that I'm like, what is that color? Is it? Yes, this is it. Sort of bleeding that out. Come back with a white. So that sort of acts like a little mini shadow that's being cast underneath that sill. There we go. Okay. All right. We are at 11:55. That sounds like it's good time to pack up shop. Don't add anything major. That was the wrong color. I thought that was pink. I had a light pink that was in that same range. I could use something like, it's still too dark. Okay. Maybe I'll just skip it. We'll bring these back. Put these back up here. Ooh, that's a brush. Ooh, there we go. Oh, there's this. I can use this too. Add little touches of. Let's go ahead and some here. Sorry, else that may be good. We may be good on all that. Okay. Teacher Marin, thank you. Lauren, thank you. Tis a simple piece. There isn't a ton to it, but you don't need a ton. You don't need to do overkill. Let's get these markers back where they are. What I'll do is I tend to like to end on this being on a nice blank clean page, so give me a second and I will get us there if I can get these markers put away in the right spots. Maybe if I can do that. There's one, these go over here, this one goes over there. Are there any other markers? No, there's a colored pencil right there. Okay, let's clean up some of these scraps, save some of the colors that I like. That may be good enough. Okay, here's how we're going to end. Put this over here. Clean all this. Get in there, everybody. I got minutes to spare. This is what my studio looks like afterwards. Lots of scrap everywhere. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep this. I'm going to get one lovely, nice sheet of white. Maybe two. And these will be the background for the next time I work. Two of them out of a sketchbook. Big old sketch pad. And what I do is get all this junk out to the side. Ooh, there's a pencil there that I don't want to leave out. Put that up here. Eraser to the side. Boom, boom. Nice white surface for it to sit on. There we go. Okay. Let's get this somewhat zoomed out, zoomed in, so you can see it a little bit better. Can I zoom out anymore? Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's see. It was a studio. I always wonder if the best color combination is all of them warm tones, or maybe add a cool tone. For instance, your warm pink and yellow and cool cyan. I appreciate your opinion. They have to feel like they come from the same family. And so what I mean by that is you want to make sure they feel like they're in the same world. So, you know, the idea of choosing all warm tones, I would be like, having lots of warm tones I think is good, but I also think you need some other like balance. All those things aren't going to read as warm if everything is warm. But what you can do is put a cool tone in and add a little touch of warmth into your cool tone. So like if you're going to put blue in, don't just put blue in it. Go take a little bit of your warm color and like a little drop of it and put it into that blue. So it's not a pure blue of some sort, if that makes any sense. It's a contrast issue essentially, but we are at time. I want to make sure I say good night to everybody. I will see you on Thursday with Cecilia Ruiz. That's it. Y'all have a lovely evening. Good night.